Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Wake up! Watch it turn all the way up, volume up. Lovey's birthday had a little F up. Iron's cake is on the table, but she isn't really able. She wanted to. She couldn't really shut up. She wanted to. Lovey had a little F up. He had a party, but wasn't really able. He wanted to. Anna doesn't trust in lumps. Simple little mind. I died when Lummy made Anna cry. You wanted to?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
There's the feed. I was trying to find the YouTube feed. I'm a dirty YouTuber. Although you're not. Lummy not getting the signups that I need. I was trying to hit 90 grand by last Friday. I don't even know if I hit 90 grand by this Friday. Slow down. This is me and me getting you to sign up for my YouTube channel. That's free.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. He's slowing down on the backstretch.
Anyway, I watched the live show, the morning show, the visual. It's available on Rumble or on YouTube. I try to get both screens going and toggle back and forth. I think that's what most of you guys do as well.
But you know deep down you're a dirty tuber.
I'm a dirty tuber, but I wish I could get some more dirty tubers.
Let's go.
And then you get these tubers, and they're watching like there's 154 of them right now, but only 34 thumbs. So does that mean there's 120 some that think I suck? The show sucks?
Possibly.
You can't find that thumb.
Yeah, thumb me.
Bunch of dirty tubers.
You bunch of dirty tubers? God, I so need to get to that 100,000. I really do, man. That's like the big, huge platform. That platform, that's kind of like, it takes you to the next level of credibility. It really does. 100, saying I have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube is real digital currency. I mean, that'll get somebody to potentially go on your show, a big time, like, a big time guest.
That's like what, top 1%?
Probably something like that.
Yeah.
But
we want to be 1%ers.
Yeah, but they will not. They're just a bunch of dicks. Bubba Army, I know there's some people in Fort Walton Beach listening to my beautiful voice right now on 103.1, and you just love the show more than anything in the world. And you're just a regular common man driving an excavator, working for Johnny's Excavating. And you know what? You can't be a BARP guy, and you can't be a Hall of Famer, and you can't be a guy that buys a bunch of merchandise, and you can't be nothing. All you can be is that guy that listens to me on 103.1. But you know what you can do that costs nothing? Zero? Is you can go to YouTube and subscribe to my account, which is at the Bubba Army. That costs you zero, nothing. Less than I might even ask, not even asking you to put a bumper sticker on your truck, although you should. So anyway, just go to our YouTube channel. It's free. You hit like what? Subscribe and get a notification. That's it. And when you're watching anything on there, you thumb. You say, yeah, I like it. Yay.
Thumbs up.
Who would ever thought, huh? Anyway, Dan, we started the show today, and I hear you talking to Anna about some headphone issue or some headphone foam issue or something. And I'm like, Dan, first of all, she's only been in radio like not very long. She doesn't know anything about the technical side of any type of equipment.
I mean, I've replaced pads on a set of headphones before.
You have?
Yeah, you just buy them online typically. Dan was
shut up, Anna.
Yeah,
Dan, what were you asking? What were you asking Anna for? What were you asking?
Well, my Gold Pioneer headphones, which I love, the ear pads have all like that little black stuff like keeps peeling off.
Starts disintegrating.
Yeah, disintegrating. So like I go to my office and Jennifer's like picking black stuff out of my ear, like a monkey picking lice out of another monkey.
Hold on, listen to me. That's kind of like in the broadcast. See, this is where you have to like maybe take a step back, Danny, in the fact that like in the broadcasting world, just like in the MMA world and in the wrestling world, when you have cauliflower ear, then it's unsightly and hurts, but it kind of is a badge of honor. Like, man, that guy's rolled around enough to blow the cartilage out of his ear. I mean, Anna, like in the MMA wrestling world, if you see a guy with cauliflower ear, you automatically think that he's
been slapped side the head.
No, Danny, he's got a lot of mat time in.
Yes,
and he's probably pretty damn good.
Right. You know what? I see guys with cauliflower ear, and you consciously say to yourself, "I don't really want to hit this guy because he's probably going to take it and hit me back harder."
He's used to being
right.
hit.
There's really only one, like you. In an average man's life that we live, there's really only one way to get cauliflower ear, and that is to be a wrestler or a boxer, and your ear is just taken.
A fighter.
Or jiu-jitsu.
A fighter. Yeah, some type of combative sport.
Right, yeah.
And your ear is constantly every day getting abused.
It doesn't happen.
You don't see baseball players with cauliflower ear.
No.
You don't see soccer players with cauliflower ear. You don't see football players with cauliflower. You only see people that have some type of fighting or jiu-jitsu or boxer or some kind of stuff. Well, that whole arena in itself, there's not a bunch of pussies in there, especially somebody that has done it so long that they developed cauliflower ear.
Right.
So some men, I would judge a guy up. Like, if I was at a bar and I saw a guy who didn't have cauliflower ear, and maybe he was even a little bigger, and I saw this one little guy and he had cauliflower ear like Jimmy Cleavis, I would not mess with the cauliflower ear.
Hit the big guy.
Yeah. Like,
I agree.
Hit the big dumb guy and hope he's like a big lummy.
Yeah.
Right. And so if that guy in Philadelphia that was scolding me for like trying to cut the line had cauliflower ear, I'd be like, yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Hey, you know what, buddy? Sorry.
Try to whip my ass.
Exactly. So, Anna, us guys look because it's an instantaneously.
Immediately.
Yeah.
One of the first things I look for.
So, Dan, you got broadcast ear now.
Yeah,
see?
Yeah.
You have to have had headphones on for, the first day you got those well, how old are those headphones?
A couple, 3 years.
All right, so it took about 3 years of wearing them in order to get them to start flaking off, right?
Yes.
That means you had to put your time in.
Right.
You wore those headphones under broadcast conditions for over 3 years, building your cred up. So when you get some of that little black flake, it's almost like cred. You know what I'm saying?
Except I'm a salesperson and I'm trying to look like I'm well kept and have some self-awareness. And so when I go to try to, talk to a patient about a potential $20,000 surgery.
You got black flake here?
Yeah, I got black flake here.
Hold on. I got broadcast ear.
I got broadcast ears.
And I just can't explain to the woman from Carrollwood that I'm getting ready to sell a big boob job. Listen, man, that little black speckle is because I'm a radio host 3 days a week. You could almost... Hold on, Danny. There's two ways you can look at this. You can look at this as it's unsightly and it needs to be removed before you go into the room, or it could be a talking point where you go, you know what, ma'am? There's that broad. I'm on the air 3 days a week on the Bubba the Love Sponge show, and the headphone stuff kind of flake off on my ear. So sometimes I get some ear stuff here.
Why can't you afford new headphones?
A patient I worked on yesterday afternoon came in, and she was like, "Oh my God, I heard you try to sing those songs. It was so funny." So she heard on the way in,
right?
So they, some of them know. But here's the problem with these: they are disintegrating.
Hold on. What percentage of people that you work on?
Half.
No,
really?
Know that you're on the air?
Half, at least.
Wow. Know that you're a radio guy?
Yes.
Really?
Half.
That's awesome.
And know you're on our show here locally?
Yeah. A lot of them are fans of yours.
Wow. Do some of them listen?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'd say over half know and over a third listen.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Neil Malplaisir, $20 on the Venmo.
Oh, love that guy.
And those numbers may be higher. That's being conservative.
So anyway, Dan, why don't you just go to Amazon?
Right, I did.
And find the ear replacement.
But they're all colorful. They're like orange and pink and light blue. I couldn't find black ones.
Bull crap.
I couldn't find them. So here, Anna, if you want to find them, or Bubba, if I need to donate them to the studio, I just bought new ones.
Oh, hold on. You bought new what?
I bought new
headphones.
damn earphones.
Hold on.
So you're saying,
hold on.
Oh my God.
Hold on. So you're saying because you couldn't find the $19 earphone replacement.
Correct.
Like $8.
Yeah, because you couldn't find those, and you went on. You just went and bought another $130 pair of headphones.
70.
Why don't you just give him the J?
170.
So he doesn't have to use yours.
Get these away from me.
Yeah.
Be gone.
Well, how about
Why
this?
don't you give him the J?
Hold on.
What's he doing?
Well, I mean, how about we
Yeah.
how about we just work him in rotation of headphones?
They're fine if you just need to replace the pads, though.
We don't even hear here.
You don't really, too.
Yeah.
Just they're nice phones. They sound great.
If some guest gets gets broadcast ear, I don't care.
Did any matches me?
No,
the jobber guest. I'd rather like Lummy or Anna or you have.
Let me ask you a question.
Every
every headphone has it's like a pair of gloves.
Right.
It's like a pair of jeans. It's like it has its own feel.
Yes.
Is this one a whole different sound than your old ones?
No, they sound identical. Almost
Really?
identical. But it's the same exact model. It's the identical.
Yeah, but still,
headphone.
man. Usually, two set of headphones sound will sound
Hold on,
a little bit different.
Can I see him back for a second? Let me see if there's a difference.
Dan couldn't
take the flaking.
Couldn't take the broadcast ear flaking, so he went and just bought another whole new pair.
They do sound different. Son of a bitch.
Yep, they do.
Oh my God.
Yep. This one's got a whole different texture.
Wow, yeah.
Than the other one. And this one, the ones,
delicious.
The ones that you got on now, those are what you call broke in. Those are broke in. The speakers are a little looser. They flutter a little different.
They flap a little better.
You get a little more deep end on an older set than you do. A newer set tends to be a little more tinny.
Yeah.
And mid rangey.
You've done this before, haven't you?
Well, for almost 40 years. Just think about this, man. Think about
How many
this.
headphones have you gone through?
Not that many, because I only wear a certain brand.
Yeah, you like Sony's, right?
Yeah, but within the Sonys, I can only wear, like Anna has kind of what most everybody in radio has, the Sonys. I have to have the big, they don't make them anymore. They don't make mine anymore.
Like 2 years ago we were having trouble finding you some?
I've actually gone on, Dan, and went on eBay, and I got like 2 extra a pair of these, but I'll only wear the MDR V600s. That's the only pair of headphones I'll wear. And so, I mean, unless I'm a guest on somebody's show and I really don't have an option, but if I'm going to be on the air in my studio, doing my show, I'm going to have these Sony MDR V600s, and I don't think they even make them anymore. But oh my God,
They're like vintage.
No, I think I started. I don't even know what kind of headphones I had. I don't even know. Lummy, that would have been something I should have held on to. My old headphones from the Power Pig, and from 98 Rock, and from my first set of headphones were some Realistics. I think there's an old picture of me on 103 PFR, and there are these old army gray Realistics that you could buy at Radio Shack for like $29.
I remember Realistic stuff from Radio Shack.
That would be. I should have kept all of my headphones, Lummy, over the years.
Like some dump box?
Just like you could put them in a box and and then write on top of them years. The radio station and city that you were at.
Yeah, that's cool.
If I had my Chicago B96 headphones, that would be something super cool. If I had my first set of headphones from 103 PFR, when I bought that first set of headphones. And even after my second set of headphones, which might have been Grand Rapids, I didn't know that I was going to be in this industry for this was going to be
a career.
And that I would be able to make the kind of money that I at one time made, and the infrastructure that I've built that I currently own, and my own studios. And I never thought that in a million years. When I was in college, I didn't know what I was going to do. I thought I was going to be a football. I was going to go be a football coach and teach PE or something.
Imagine that.
I was just going to get the minimal amount of education needed in order to be a football coach. Maybe even
your BJ quotient wouldn't have been as high.
What?
I think I think you would have had a lot of less experiences.
Oh, I would have
just
hold
coach.
on. I would have. My life would have sucked. I've been living in Warsaw, Indiana. Probably hooked up with some old, fucking. Whoa.
Jeez, self-edit.
Some probably hooked up with some
gangbanger
farm big girl, some big farm girl. Not having not having the dime piece. I mean, the dime pieces that I've had over the years.
God, dude, you got a lot. You got dollars worth of dimes.
I mean, just the amount of good-looking, beautiful, hot groupie and or relationship chicks I've been with.
Yeah,
all was because of probably my fame and radio.
Oh, you're really funny too.
Well, I mean,
you have oral skills.
You get to know. I mean, thank you, Dan.
Jet ski. You got all kinds of benefits here.
But that's all from having a lot of experience.
You are fun to be around.
I wasn't sexually as prowess when I was just first starting out. I do remember
19. You couldn't make a girl jet ski.
I do remember my first groupie though. I do remember my first groupie.
How old were you?
I don't know. I mean, probably it was been 1986, so I would have been 20.
How old was she?
We don't need to get into all
18.
that. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was 8. She was 18. Yeah,
sure. I found
that was the girl in the yellow.
Yeah, the yellow dress.
The yellow dress. Her name was Christine. No. Hold on.
How did I know about Gretchen? Maybe I've been reading your diary.
She's a nosy bitch.
You just played the Gretchen card?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's Dan doesn't even know about the Gretchen card.
Right?
Not a lot of people know about the Gretchen card.
Unless they listen to the show because you've talked about it multiple times.
But I've actually been told by my lawyers that I should, if I've told the Gretchen story a few times.
Yeah, okay, we don't have to talk about Gretchen.
Hold on, we're not. But I have to explain to people why we're not talking about Gretchen.
This is how
but
you
Dan
get
doesn't even want.
everything.
Dan doesn't even want to talk about why we can't talk about Gretchen.
Let's talk about the yellow dress.
Well, let me just say this: I have gone through the Gretchen story 1 or 2 times in my radio career, and the last time that I did it, I had Tom Bean, Steve Diaco, Jay Diaco, Kevin Hazlett, and maybe somebody else.
Which is why her name will never be uttered again.
Do not tell that story again And Lummy, we probably need to go in to YouTube and the Bubba Army Radio archives and maybe delete the Gretchen story. Because I know it'll be titled Gretchen story. Because I've been told that could be, that there may not be a statute of limitations on that.
Oh, okay.
On something like that. So I've been told to scrub the Gretchen story out of any shows moving forward and any shows that I've already spoke about it on.
Well, I'm glad we broadcasted that. I'm sure no trolls will go digging for it.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
all right,
anyways,
Red.
I found Dan's
Put that dog down and find those stories.
Yeah.
I found Dan's pads for $14.
In black?
Yeah, I think they're like a standard size. It says they're compatible with your Pioneer.
So Dan, do we?
And the ones I saw were all like orange and baby blue and purple. And
I can't even find those colors.
Green.
They're all black.
Anna, if you could send me the link, I'll buy them.
Well,
I'll buy them because he's gifting his headphones
to the studio. Right,
Well,
and they do
are.
sound delicious. They sound better than these. They have a little crack in the.
Let me
but
see
who
this.
cares?
Yeah, I think.
But God, I wish I would have kept my headphones. I think since
These are
05,
probably nicer than
since 05, I think I'm on my third set. I think since we came back with Howard. Well, no, 06. That was our first day. Remember, we were out for all of 04 and all of. Well, I'm sorry. We got fired. You didn't, but I got fired in March of 05. Was out all of 05 and all of 06, and then returned back to Sirius XM with the original crew on 1/6 of 06.
Which you can hear on the locals currently.
Oh, you put the first show on locals?
Yeah.
Oh, look at you. You
Next one's going to be the first Tucker appearance.
Little local bitch. Oh, speaking of the Tucker appearance, did anybody see him on what's that called? The conference
sitting down with at the political conference where he eviscerated several of the politicians.
Turning Point, right?
Yeah, he turned it right up.
Did anybody see his appearance on Turning Point?
Yes.
Okay, Anna, did you see it?
No, but I am wearing Dan's headphones now.
I gotta
Did it
tell
sound
you,
good?
I gotta tell you, man, the guy is. So everybody except Anna saw it, which Anna is the one that I really need to have seen it.
I'm really sorry. I was watching stuff on Hong Kong yesterday.
Does it not? Is he not probably the only talk show host that could take his talk show and use it as stand-up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's borderline stand-up. Like his political commentary at the Turning Point conference was borderline stand-up, and I was like,
he's almost a satirist.
He's almost kind of like
political satire.
No, a George Carlin a little bit.
Without the abrasiveness.
But with a little more politicky,
right.
a little more politicky.
I sent you.
He's a more politicky George Carlin. He's also turned into.
I sent you the full speech. I'm trying to find some clips.
I got it.
He's also not afraid to ask anybody anything too.
Right.
And he's going to ask the appropriate, difficult question and make
right here.
people really have to think about an answer.
This was just
a few days ago.
Okay. It wasn't like on Fox or anything.
No. This was just literally a few.
Literally like 2 or 3 days ago.
All right, Turning Point USA.
And he interviewed a lot of the presidential candidates.
Right,
he
and
really
made most
gave
of
it
them
to
look
Pence.
stupid.
Yeah, he gave it to Pence, all right.
Yeah.
All right, so I just want you to. We're just gonna watch a little bit of this, okay? And tell me how. This guy, he just has the it factor. I knew he did back in the day when I had him on my show for 6 years. Every Tuesday, Tucker would call in. We became such great friends just because. And this is the way he used to talk with me on the show. Didn't have a care in the world, and it was borderline stand-up. And I really don't know. Sorry, reverb. I don't know. I don't think Rush Limbaugh could have done. I'm trying to think of the great political talking heads, the franchises that we've had. Bill O'Reilly, Glenn Beck, Rush Limbaugh, Sean Hannity. Now there's a new age of concern. Dan Bongino, Crowder. You have a new age now of these conservative mountains, if you will, these talking franchises. And I don't know that any talking franchise, and Tucker was the lead guy over at Fox. He was that is kind of one of the sexier jobs to have, the 8 o'clock Fox job.
Oh, yeah, the one that Jesse just got.
Well, yeah, the one that Glenn Beck had, and then the one that Bill O'Reilly had, and then it went to Tucker, and that's just always kind of been where the Fox superstar ends up.
Right.
And Tucker
did a great job.
And of Glenn Beck and Bill O'Reilly, Tucker is the greatest of all time.
Certainly the most likable.
Yeah, Tucker's run on Fox might have made him certainly put him on the Mount Rushmore of television political talk shows. So this is him at the what's it called?
Turning Point USA.
The Turning Point at the Turning Point
Action Conference.
Thank you. The smoke machines are so affirming.
I mean, but Anna, like he's honest to God. I'm watching this. Okay, I'm watching this yesterday, and I'm like, this is borderline stand up with his facial expressions, and then he'll answer his question in a cynical type way, and become two characters. Like he's just unbelievable. I wish this could have been the guy we saw on Fox.
Wow, this is thank you for having me.
I mean, and talk about a huge pop, huh? Oh.
It's funny. I was just standing. First of all, may I say, go Megyn Kelly. That was awesome.
I love how he cracks himself up.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't.
Has anybody ever thought about maybe him running for office?
They've asked him.
I don't think he wants
has
it.
no interest.
I don't think most unemployed people get a reception like that. And in a recession like this, to find yourself without a job and people still being nice to you is like unbelievable. I was standing on those stairs. No, I have a job. I'm just kidding. Well, I love you too. Thank you. I was standing on the stairs and I saw the intro and I was like, that's the most TV I've watched in 3 months. And I have to say, it feels absolutely great. Thank you very much for having me. I don't. Roger Stone, ladies and gentlemen. All the cool people are here. It's like unbelievable.
I should probably get Roger on.
Yeah.
Relatively soon. He's pretty relevant right now, is he not?
Yes, he is.
He's been relevant this whole time.
Yeah, I haven't been around.
That's another guy, man, that we believed in when he was down, right?
Of people in a while, but
it was disgusting what they did to him.
Oh my God.
Disgusting.
Oh my God.
Never miss this event ever, and I meet the nicest people really that I ever meet at these. So thank you for having me. I just flew in from Iowa. Thank you. Which is a wonderful state, and it followed. If you ever travel domestically, remember, the worse the weather, the nicer the people, and the more fattening the food. And so that state, worst weather in the world, nicest people, and I met basically your Republican field. They're -1. Yeah, exactly. So I got a chance to interview the Republican presidential field.
Yeah, I think he interviewed every one of them. Did he not, Lummy?
Except for Trump.
Except for Trump.
Yeah.
Now is that a heat getter deal that he didn't get Trump? I mean, like, is that a big thing in the political party right now?
Well, Trump doesn't think so because he won the straw poll at this
again,
event,
minus the front runner, and it was completely.
Now, did him and Trump got heat?
No, not at all. Trump just doesn't.
I wouldn't say not at all.
He doesn't want to put himself out there unnecessarily.
Yeah,
the other guys are so
desperate.
Desperate is the word I'm looking for. Yes,
that they have to, just
S&D for beer money.
And as it always is to be around politicians, politicians are a group that I despise on principle because they tend to be soulless and have kind of barren and sad personal lives, and so they, spend their days trying to win affirmation from people they've never met. It's pathetic.
I mean, he's basically talking about every politician. I mean, and some really high-ranking people, right?
But
he
in real
insulted
life,
all the people behind him.
Right, exactly. I mean, he insulted every
backstage.
No, it's true. They all have alcoholic or abusive fathers to whom they're trying to prove something. But in practice, in person, I mean, they're all super charming. I mean, there's not a politician in the world who's not charming. That's why they went into this business. It was either that or selling cars, and this was more lucrative, so they went into it. So
that's their selling card.
I like almost all of them when I meet them. I mean, you can't not. They can talk about anything. They've mastered the sort of shallow small talk over coffee, which I definitely appreciate. That's an acquired skill, and they've worked hard at it. But I have to say, after spending all day with them, I learned a couple of things which I think may be relevant to you and to the country. And a couple of things, and I don't want to attack anyone in person.
And again, Tucker is now going to, is going to probably run down what he learned about these candidates. But he's so funny. Oh my God, I got through about 15 minutes of it last night.
A couple points here. He's talking to the crowd. He's interacting with the crowd.
Yes.
He's responding to the crowd.
Yes.
He's not using notes.
And
he's adjusting what he says based on the crowd and his experience there at that moment.
And you know what? There's not a lot of people that can do that.
No, it's very difficult. That's what I'm highlighting, how well he's doing.
He's just so talented.
Personal grounds.
To be able to go on the fly, have some bullet points he wants to speak with, but then shoestring your crowd into your conversation.
Exactly.
With just bullet points, not like, anything scripted.
Or by name. It's tempting. I will say it's tempting. Whoever said do it, you're the devil on my shoulder.
Anna, it's like he had a few before he went on stage, right?
Do it! I've spent my whole life.
I would pay to go see this guy.
Oh, yeah.
And he's my friend. But if he was doing Tucker Carlson political stand-up, this weekend at Ruth Ecker Hall, man, I think a lot of people would pay to go see that.
No. But if I could make some general observations, which I think are more edifying than just like savaging Mike Pence, I think... Which I'm not going to do.
Which, by the way, he destroyed Pence, did he not?
He did.
Because that would be wrong. And it would be wrong because it's too easy. And the easy things are not rewarding, are they? You don't feel good when you beat your 5-year-old in soccer or ping pong. Like what?
Call Pence an idiot,
He
right?
did. It's
But
awesome.
I did learn a couple of things. It was super, super interesting. The first thing, I guess I already knew it, and you know it already, that's why you're here, which is the spread between the things that...
Do you know where your vehicles are?
What? I got some ginger putting a vehicle tracking device on me. Hold on here.
Republicans in Washington, the people you vote for and put there, care about, actually care about, pretend to care about a lot of things, but the things that really touch them off, that matter to them, very different from the things that matter to the people who vote for them. And you kind of thought that would change, because we did have an event several years ago where Republicans elected a guy basically on the promise to blow up the Republican Party, and you thought, that would get their attention. If your wife runs off with the pool boy, it's like time to reassess your skills as a husband. You got to pause just for a moment and be like, yeah, it's bad, but maybe I contributed to her behavior. Most self-aware people, and I'm being serious, ask themselves that question. How was I responsible for this bad thing that happened? But there's been literally none of that. It's been all blaming the pool boy in Washington. So I don't see that changing at all. Maybe it'll take a next election cycle to do that. But the second, more interesting thing I learned is that almost everybody, not everybody, but almost everybody in elected office in the Republican Party has internalized the other side's rules for debate. And if you think about that, there's no really more self-defeating way to go into politics or life than to accept the terms that your enemies offer before the conversation's even begun.
It's so insightful.
It's so deep and it's
so insightful. I understand what he's saying, and he's right.
And he's right. And
he's right. Republicans just bow down like little bitches to the Democrats.
Not a lot of people, not a lot of powerful talking heads can come to this scenario. You know what I'm saying?
You know why?
And have the balls to say what's really happening.
Because if you do challenge that relationship, then you are suddenly labeled as a supremacist, a racist, a misogynist,
and you're canceled.
Some kind of phobe, and it's BS because you have to. If you don't play by their rules, then they attack you from all sides.
Because there's really no winning. In other words, if you and I are arguing about something, but I've already decided you're right, probably not going to get very far, right? And you see this on the big issues. In fact, the biggest issues without variation. It's always the same. The Republican goes in knowing in his heart he's wrong. And I feel like there are probably a substantial percentage of Republican voters who do the same without knowing it because they don't have any idea it's happening. So, for example, during COVID, there were people who didn't kind of play along. We knew what the rules were. And every organization in American life, every large group of people in American life, from your government to the entire media, in some cases your church, we're all telling you the same thing. Here are the rules. If you are a good person, you will follow these rules. You will mask, you will separate, you will stay at home, you'll take our shot. No, we have no idea what's in it. We don't know its long-term effects, but shut up. This is a moral test. And if you want to pass, you will obey. And there will be people who decide to opt out, but they are, and everyone agreed on this, moral criminals. They're outlaws.
Mm-hmm.
And it's...
I mean, how many people got labeled as a problem or an outlaw or just, threatened to have privileges taken away if you didn't take the shot?
Bubba, it's so bad that even discussing it now would jeopardize your time on YouTube. YouTube is still so sensitive to those conversations that you have to tiptoe through the tulips in order and through the minefield to even discuss these issues without having free speech.
To even say, man, reflecting upon the deal,
maybe
don't you think maybe possibly we were a little uptight about hypothetically in a hyperbole type way? Don't you think that maybe as a whole, as a government, as a media source,
we weren't 100% right with the narrative?
We might have been a little bit heavy-handed, a little over, just a little bit. Maybe shouldn't have canceled, maybe half the people that were trying to say, hey, there's some other stuff going on. Right?
Science is about open debate, alternative thought.
I mean, given there's a certain sort of outlaw who's proud of it. They're sitting over there. They're standing right here. I mean, there are always some people. There are always some people who are going to be gifted with whatever that weird gene is. It's like 8% of the population who are proud to stand apart and be like, no. But most people, including most good people and most sensible people, don't want to be in that 8%. You know what I mean? They just don't. They don't want to be cast out of the tribe. Actually,
start their own tribe. The 8%ers.
I don't know what you said, but I agree with you.
So anyway, go on and find.
I gotta see the rest of this.
Oh, you're Anna.
I'm riveted.
Oh, Anna, and it gets better and funnier, and he gets looser, and his delivery
likable.
His delivery is just so unemulatable. I don't know if I said that word right or not.
I follow you.
Mm-hmm.
God, he's got such the it factor. He really does.
Well, I'm happy for him. I like to listen to him. And he's one of the few people that are still brave enough to ask the difficult questions. And he's part of that 8%. He's in my club. I'm in his club.
Had a good workout today.
Did you? You look straight.
And Dan and Lummy, I was thinking I got to go into words, but I was thinking about I know. First of all, I know Anna could do my work. The workout that I did today, which was
probably
arms.
Not the weight.
No. Of course not the weight. But we would adjust the weight.
Sure.
But just the total volume and the way that I do it.
Oh, easy.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not even including you in my little survey. I was going to open up before you so rudely interrupted me by saying
switching my headphones.
You're blaming
Which sound better?
These just feel like home.
Yeah, see?
Sorry.
Yeah, rather drive around in Gus.
I know.
That's cool.
In the
For
Ferrari.
real.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Somebody like those Ferrari
You actually
ones.
got me these, so this was the Christmas present.
Ones. They're nice sunnies.
Yeah,
they're nice
so
sunnies.
you're just
Nothing
dissing
wrong.
yourself.
Somebody will take those gold ones, buddy.
Jay will. Yeah. Can we order the? Because I couldn't find the black ones that I knew would fit.
We'll order them. Just send me the link. I'll order them.
Yeah.
Send me the link. I'll order them through the
show phones.
Through the show. Use the show Amazon. It's because it's a business. It's a piece of equipment that we need. But so today I was thinking about the workout that I did.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, Anna would crush. This wouldn't Anna and Macho Man, whatever. Like I wouldn't even put you through my workout because you guys would be like, well, that's a good start, you know. And so you guys aren't included. But Lummy, I don't think you and Rhett could do it. I do not think you guys could get through it.
No, probably not.
I just don't. Rhett, I don't think you could do my workout.
Was it upper body, legs? What kind of workout was it?
Today was arms and shoulders.
I could have gotten through that.
Was it hard?
That's
Dan, not in there.
Again, that's why I've held you for last.
Oh.
By saying, I want to one of these Saturdays or something like that. Because the only person that I think could make it, but it would be a good workout for you,
right,
would be you.
Okay.
And so one of these days, I do legs. You can pick your day. Shoulders and chest and shoulders. Back, no, what did I do?
Chest
today?
and back?
No.
Shoulders and arms?
No, I did shoulders and arms today.
That's cool.
Shoulders and arms and chest and back.
Mm-hmm.
That's the 2 days.
Those 2
Shoulders
days
and
I'd be happy
arms
to
or chest
hang.
and back. And then legs are a day by themselves.
Right. Legos, I haven't been doing a lot of Legos, so I'm going to.
I would love for you to do legs.
I know.
You got to do
fall
legs.
off afterwards, so for a day or two.
Please, will you do legs?
Walk around like.
Has he ever done the gauntlet?
I got cerebral palsy.
Well, no, I don't even do the gauntlet. Like, I don't
Oh,
even
you don't?
No.
Because I did.
Yeah, so did
Anna, that's why.
Is that total body?
And I did.
Is gauntlet total body, or is it focus on a body?
I could do the gauntlet. I could. You know what? Maybe we should do the gauntlet. The gauntlet takes 2 hours, though. But
2 hours.
If you're going to really do the gauntlet, which is every exercise I do.
It's total body, like it's
everything.
back, chest,
I would
shoulders,
go,
arms,
if you
legs.
look at if I'm thinking of my gym, I would go. First would be a chest machine, shoulder machine, tricep pull downs, lat pull downs, hamstrings, 2 abs, good girl, bad girl, back machine.
How many sets on each machine?
3 sets, 15 reps. Then shoulder machine, then tricep machine, then bicep machine.
Are you counting the machines?
Yeah, no, and these are the exercises. And then the Smith machine, you do inclines and military presses. Then over to the quad machine, then another hamstring machine, then a chest machine, then a back and lat machine, and then another shoulder machine.
It's like 45 sets.
And then then the space shuttle. Then the trap machine.
Oh. Yep.
Then the new Cybex leg machine. Then calves, and then shoulders, 90-degree chest, and then boxing. That's the gauntlet.
That's a lot.
That's a lot.
Are you doing any
tired
cardio?
Just listening to it.
You don't need cardio after that.
Can't breathe.
Well, I'm just saying in general.
No,
the
it's
cardio.
A
resistance
you don't
workout.
do any
It's a circuit.
cardio? No, I know it is. I'm
No,
asking if he does any cardio.
I don't do any cardio. No,
you need to do cardio.
All right. Well, I'm not.
For
Listen,
your heart.
Yeah, you do, dude. You cycle. You do cardio.
On his e-bike.
He was pedaling.
My blood pressure is. Okay. So hold on, Anna.
Sorry.
And Dan will just tell you, I am an absolute white trash genetic freak. I'm 57 years old.
Yeah.
I'm 5'10", 277 pounds, and my blood pressure is 117/72.
Beautiful.
My resting heart rate is 68 or 69.
Which is good.
And my cholesterol level is 179, and my testosterone level is 1,050.
You got balls from Mars.
I'm just saying,
Amazing.
my prostate, it's from 0 to 4.0.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a 0.2.
Oh, that's beautiful too.
I'm a 0.2.
You've got a very healthy prostate.
I bloodlet and get my
daily Cialis.
I do a daily Cialis to keep my prostate deal.
Tiny.
And I give blood I give double red blood cells every 120 days to keep my iron levels down and more healthy. So
you are a freak.
I don't do cardio. I hate it.
You don't need to.
I'm not saying you have to go running.
I just want to be strong. I just want to look better.
Don't you want a strong heart?
But you ever see a lion do cardio? They didn't run for like 15 miles, jogging. You see a lion jog.
Yeah, but they
you
also
see the
don't
zebras.
shredded.
You see the zebras, man. They run all day.
Yeah.
But you see a lion waiting.
He hangs out, man.
He hangs out in the bushes.
Or a gorilla.
And he goes
Yeah,
and he sizes up that one that he double dutches himself into the herd, and then he got that one right. And he takes that one zebra right on down to zero.
Yeah,
Eats
but
it.
they walk around all day and they don't eat Pop-Tarts. So, I mean, it's just a different... and they don't eat every day.
Whoa.
Listen, you know what?
I'm not saying you eat Pop-Tarts. I'm just saying like the
Lions
standard
don't eat.
American
I
diet.
feel like getting the mats out, man, and you're really pissing me off. You and I start rolling around a
No,
little
but I mean,
bit.
that's why we all have to like make it a point. There were no gyms 100 years ago. You were just way more active. And not you, but like the human population.
Don't tell me how I want to work out, okay? Just let me
I'm just
work
trying to
out
keep
my
you
own.
as healthy as possible.
I am healthy.
You're
I am
relying
healthy.
on
I'm
Pop-Tarts.
probably more healthy than you are.
You're the Pop-Tart lion.
What's your cholesterol level?
Yeah, it's probably high.
I don't know.
Really?
Okay.
I have no idea.
No.
So here's the deal.
Dan,
I potentially could
too
be
cheap
more
to buy
healthier than you because you don't know
You're
what
right.
your levels are.
This is correct.
You could have high
Thyroid.
high cholesterol.
I
Your
could.
thyroid could be out of whack.
Yeah.
You know,
Definitely.
your kidney functions could be out of whack. You could be low iron.
Right.
Because you have a monthly period and you don't replace your
Right.
iron.
Sure.
You could I'm sure
She's lucky that she's fulfilling herself throughout all aspects of life now, because that probably was atrophying too.
Danny, that was
I can get
not
that vitamin D.
saying that Anna has a dry vagina.
I didn't say dry. I
is
said
not-
atrophying from lack of
Dan,
use, like
that's-
a hand in a cast.
I know, but
Oh
you
my
can't.
God.
I mean, you can't kick.
I'm trying
you
to
can
say
only
it nicely.
You can only kick her down so far.
I was saying
Poor
nice.
little
I'm just
thing.
saying. I'm
You
glad
can't
she.
dry up her vagina.
I'm glad she's exercising her
know.
casted
Thank
hand.
you.
I know, but don't go that she used to have a dry. Poor thing.
I didn't say dry. I never said dry. You said dry.
But you were.
No,
I mean,
I wasn't thinking.
atrophy equals dry.
I know atrophy equals
Poor
shrinking
little
up and
thing.
shriveling up like a raisin.
Okay, well, you know
dried
what?
out raisin.
But nobody wants to be reminded that your vagina was headed that way. Her vagina is healthy
It's
and fresh
healthy
now.
and fresh now. Exactly. It's
Right.
wonderful.
Right. So don't remind her that at one time she was use it or lose it.
Well, she ain't losing it now. Thank God she rescued it.
Right,
It's
she
a
did.
vagina rescue.
You know what? Yeah, on this show we did rescue your vagina.
Somehow the
Like a
credit
big
goes
cat.
back to you.
Not
Big
only
cat
did,
rescue.
Not only
Little
did we,
cat.
Not only did we resurrect your radio career that you may never ever. I mean, I don't know of any other radio situation you potentially could have got into.
Absolutely, there was nothing.
Maybe a podcast.
I mean, that's not.
You know.
I don't want to say that's not
we
radio,
all-
but that's not.
So we resurrected your radio career, but we also resurrected your vagina. If you think
My
about it.
vagina career.
Hello, quickly. I'm late.
It's now vajesus.
Hey, Bubba, this is Matt from Sebring.
Hey, man. How
I
you
just
doing?
want to ask a question to Dan.
Well, you got a question for Dan, of course. Right. How many Xanax does it take before you die? Because I'm a half. Because it sounds like you're about a half of one from there, right there, buddy.
Yeah.
No, I just woke up.
Okay.
I just wanted to know, after the chemotherapy and all that, do I need to go to a prostate guy because I can't hold my urine like at all now?
Now hold on. Do you have cancer
Yeah,
of the
he's called him
prostate?
before.
No, it wasn't cancer of the prostate, just the chemo and all that. Ever since the cancer and the chemo, I can't hold the pee at all.
Okay, well, you need to see a urologist, and they may be able to do something, because the prostate slows you down and doesn't speed you up. So having
A bigger prostate
helps you.
Close it. No, yeah, but no, having a bigger,
right.
enlarged prostate squeezes against your piping,
right.
and makes you not be able to pee as well, right?
Right.
I mean,
But
if
he's
you were
having the
that's a
opposite
very
problem.
that was a very rudimentary breakdown.
But that's exactly correct.
Right.
He's having the opposite problem. So he needs more. He needs like a sphincterplasty. He needs to improve the muscle tone around the urethra so he can stop flow. Yeah, Keeks will probably help.
You need a Kegel, buddy.
Yeah, I do Kegel.
Do you?
I'm doing them right now. Oh yeah.
Me too.
Yep.
We're all in the middle of a set. Breathe. No, you need to see a urologist.
I'm holding mine too right now.
There may be some therapy, but you may need surgery, and so I would absolutely see a urologist. That's the right answer.
You got you're incontinent and you're TT in the bed at night, buddy.
Yeah.
Come on.
Don't tell him a joke. You'll pee.
I did pee the bed a few weeks ago.
Really?
You know,
But it was part of a dream. It was like kind of like you talked yourself into it.
Here. Listen, I got to go to words. I'm way late. But last week I peed the bed.
Good luck.
Last week I peed the bed because, and I don't ever pee the bed, but I was dreaming that I was passing a kidney stone, And if anybody, I guess you guys have never had one, when you pass a kidney stone, it is like the most euphoric feeling in the world because you're all clogged up and you're trying to pee and you're trying to pee and you're trying to push and finally the stone passes and it gets through. What's that last little tubing in your penis, Dan?
Urethra.
So it finally, and you can sometimes feel it when it gets into the hopper and it's kind of hung up in there. And then when you finally pass your flow just goes like, from just like somebody turned a hose on wide open and it just feels so. I mean, it
like
almost,
the Bellagio?
It almost feels, I'm not kidding you. It almost feels as good as an orgasm. I mean, you're sitting here like, because I mean, you've been so stuffed up and then you finally pass it and it, and kidney stones, listen, they're not smooth. They're made of crystals. They're like little sand spurs.
It's like salt crystals.
Like sand spurs. Hell, I got them right here if you want to see them. Look. I mean, they are not.
Sounds like teeth he pulled from his victims.
I think one of them in there is like I think one of them is in there is like 7 millimeters, but you pass them and they're like, oh, you feel like, oh.
So you had that same kind of euphoria as you were peeing all over yourself in bed.
So I'm having this dream that I've passed a kidney stone, and then I catch myself. I feel like I'm peeing, like that first little pee that comes out that feels so good. I get that feeling, that euphoric, almost orgasmic feeling, and then I wake up and I'm like, am I peeing and then I check my underwear and it's wet. My underwear's wet, so I go to the bathroom and finish my pee. And then go into the sink and wash my penis and go put on some new underwear. And then I go back to the bed and I start feeling all around, like. Is
there a spot?
And my bed wasn't wet.
Oh, good.
So I just caught myself.
Thank God. Yeah. You should never, ever, ever pee or ejaculate in a dream because you're going to pee or ejaculate all over yourself in bed.
Well, Dan, the ejaculation part is not nearly as bad.
You do that in a dream, you're waking up sticky.
No, but what I'm saying, I know that, Dan, but like it's like in life,
you're really ejaculating.
Listen, you could go to work and tell your friends, "Hey, man, I had a wet dream last night." Hey,
not at 50.
No,
7.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
You don't have wet dreams at 57.
Yes, you can, Dan. You can go to work and be like, "Hey, I had a wet dream." You can't go to work and say, "Hey, I peed to bed." One makes you look like a pimp. One makes you look like Grandpa.
Yeah, but Bubba, you didn't tell us a story about having a wet dream. You told us a story about peeing your pants.
I know. So what I'm saying is I would have rather had a nocturnal mission. I would have much rather had a wet dream and semen to my pants than to pee them. Right. Semen in your pants means
it's way cooler.
Yes.
It's way cooler.
Yeah, you're in a sexual
on the hierarchy,
scene.
It goes like semen and then semen and I can't even say it.
Semen,
Dan.
Ejaculating.
Semening your pants versus peeing your pants, then pooping. That's third.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Poop. If you poop your pants, you're just pathetic.
Like Johnny Depp's wife.
Like if you poop your pants. Like I mean,
that's
okay.
Bad,
so you
that's
have a
bad,
wet dream.
Bad,
and you
Don't
have
poop
a wet
in a dream.
You have a wet dream and you ejaculate in your pants. That's kind of you could tell the boys that.
Right.
You pee in your pants. It matters.
It's a joke. Depends how confident you are.
Right. You can maybe laugh that one off, but they're like. But you poop your pants.
You need to move to another state.
Yeah, they're like, man, don't hang out. We're not hanging out with Jim anymore. Why not? Because he poops his pants.
Oh my God! Can you imagine?
I mean, listen.
Can you imagine if you guys can you imagine with your buddy? Okay, I'm not going to even say it was Jimmy or somebody because I don't even want to name anybody to put him in the spot. Mr. X. And you guys are on a vacation in Costa Rica, and you have to share a bed.
Quiet. It's all of us boys.
Okay, all of us boys.
Right.
I don't want to put this on anyone I know.
No, I know. I'm not going to say it,
but one of us boys.
It's
okay.
me.
Okay.
No.
We're going to put names on people.
We're not going to say which one did it, dumbass. Follow my lead. Fabrizi, Jimmy Clevis, Steve, Dan. You, Jay, Jeff Giragante,
Dan and you,
Pity, me and Dan, Pity, like that group, okay?
And you have to share a bed with Jeff and he poops the bed. That's horrible.
I wasn't. We weren't supposed to say any names. We weren't supposed to say any names.
Jeff.
And you just said Jeff Giragante poops the bed.
Oh.
Buddy's opening up a new Forbici in St.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
Oh, come on, you stupid-ass piece of...
Bubba the Love Sponge lives because a dirty mind is a terrible thing to waste. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
You dress like this.
Let me take the monsters.
Okay.
We're gonna put that on. Are we gonna? Is that lummy cake gonna be eaten today, or is it just gonna be like refrigerator decoration?
You can have it.
Is it?
You can eat the whole thing.
I mean, you
We're
can
gonna
have
cut
it. You can have a piece of it.
Well, it's uncut though right now.
Well, be fucking.
Like my camera.
Okay.
Be the first one to cut it.
What you eating, Bubs? Granola bar?
Granola bar.
Yeah. The ones that you bought?
Mm-hmm.
What are they called? Dippers?
Mm-hmm.
I have to go potty. What's up, chat? Hello, Joe, what's up? I have to go bathroom. Alright, I'm gonna wait 30 seconds. Oh, perfect. Anna, do you mind if I would?
What? I let the door. Is that what you made that face? Door slam? Sorry about that, Bubba. I have my hands full though. Cake in hand and some else in hand. Let it warm up a little bit. You know what kind of cake it is? Oh, no, cool. It feels better now. It felt warm when we first walked in.
Yeah, a little bit. Exactly, camper shot. Funny ones. Haven't seen anything, Joe, from anyone.
Hey Gator, good morning, Mario.
Good morning, Monty's 1973 fixed cap. Good morning. Give me a mouth, visitor.
Welcome, Cotty Quiz. Caviar, morning, spin instructor. Wolves afterbird. Go for lips.
Caviar.
Snizzle, Slazair. Country girl. Caviar with Maria 775. Thank you.
What's up, G Gator?
Boy.
That's true. True, Kenny Powers.
Oh, yo, Joe. You're welcome. Thanks. Felix Gat, what's up? Monty, 1973. Hey, Jason Hebner. up? That's just young boy Mitch. What's up, Mary Mom? Thanks for you, young boy.
Slowly. Did you get plates?
That's it. Stood up. Have it some more IWI. Huh?
Do you want to try your plates? Do you want to cut that open?
Maybe let it warm up a little bit because it's in the fridge.
Oh, okay.
Because it's when it's cold, it's kind of like trash.
Yeah.
I'm doing pretty far right now. Been 212. Good morning. All right, Peter Hasselberg.
I'm out in the car listening to Bubba the Love Sponge. Oh. Love you guys.
Gotta be Bubba.
Wondering who he's going to yell at next.
Yeah.
People from all facets of life can relate to this show, and that's why I like it.
I love it. I can't get enough.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Exactly.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I'm Bubba Clem, and I'm taking Ozempic. I just lost a bunch of weight, and I want to tell you about it. Here we go. Oh, Clempic, I'm cured. Gonna lose 200 pounds on the show. My boyfriend Dan Zempic, he's gold. His Escalade is faster than yours. Brett, you filthy, quit playing with your wiener dog. I never catch a break. I hate when people are late. I go to the Clem Gym at 2 a.m. in the morning. I'm crazy in my head. I got merch crick in my bed. I'm gonna take these shots in my stomach and lose a bunch of weight. I'm Bubba O'Clempic. I'm all yours. I lost 1,000 pounds for the show. My boyfriend Dan Zempic, he's made of gold. His show Testarossa just ran out of oil.
You should know that your mental health may change in unexpected ways while you are using semaglutide injection for weight loss. You, your family, or your caregiver should call your doctor right away if you experience any of the following symptoms: depression, withdrawing from friends and family, hiring gingers and bodybuilders, or any other unusual changes in behavior or mood. Be sure that your boyfriend or doctor knows which symptoms may be serious so they can give you free Botox injections and vaginal rejuvenations. Ozempic may cause record high FCC fines, sex tape scandals, IRS probes, wild hog trials, trolls, Bob Buckhorn, Schmim Schmuthery at Cox Media, Mark Ober, and the jury verdict of being not guilty but not innocent, or rating scandals. However, Ozempic has been shown to help the BRN skinny down our papa and not need terrestrial radio anymore, as well as getting up to 100,000 followers on YouTube. So make sure you like, follow, and subscribe, and click the notifications as well so you can see when Lummy is in the goats.
Boy, that would be a great video if somebody could make that a video, would it not?
Yeah, the disclaimer is the funniest part.
It is. We do.
I love your parody songs. You know, it's refreshing, and having like three different
and that's
guys.
how you really do them too.
Yeah,
like, you know, unlike your attempt, although yours wasn't bad.
I mean, that was a little bit more produced and
Yeah,
just
exactly.
practiced a little bit, but I'm sure there's some edits. But the point is, I was trying to make is that having three different guys do it with three different styles, it makes it refreshing because they are all done differently.
Oh,
and
they are,
and they're so relevant and funny. I mean, he brought stuff from literally last week and stuff from 15 years ago.
Oh, the new Ozempic is one of my favorite. That and Arlene. I still love Arlene. Lummy, we have to. What do we do? Song and we do that like in November. When do we do that?
The song count?
Yes, we did.
No, song and parody guy of the year.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we had time to get the award ready.
Yeah, so and they have time to get some more stuff in because I think what's the go to your New Testament there, Lummy, of the show Bible / Trapper Keeper, and with the Klazimpic, which was the Carlos Mandico's, I think only his third of the year.
Yes, it was.
But he's going to start trying to turn.
Hell, I got two.
Well, I mean, are you really going to put yourself in that category?
Dan, just no one to shut up. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, listen, it doesn't always have to be about you. You're not the parody guy here.
I'm
okay?
not.
No.
It's hard.
You're a great utility guy. You're a great co-host, but you don't have to do parody. We draw the line that you have to do parodies, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You don't see Anna over there wanting to do parodies. She knows her lane. Anna stays in her lane.
I can try a parody.
Okay.
Everybody wants to try a parody. Like everybody's got a podcast.
Not everybody.
Never said I'd be good at it.
Now, I mean, okay, I mean, if you're going to say you're going to try one, then try one.
Yeah, I'm doing Jimi Hendrix, Star Spangled Banner, so come up with a parody in 2 weeks, kid.
Okay.
Well, Dan, did we come up with 2 weeks is when you're going to do your Jimi Hendrix?
You'll make it 3?
Well, I was thinking maybe later in the year, give you some more time to practice. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to
I
really
already bought stuff for it, so.
Well, you tell me when you would like to do it.
Okay. I think I'll be able to do it within 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay.
I just have to wait for all the stuff to come,
all your gear?
Gear, yes, gear.
Well, I mean, the one thing you're not going to be able to do, he was a left-handed guitarist, so you're not
Well, I
going to be
can't do it left-handed, no.
That's what
Come
I'm saying.
on, man.
It
It could be a mirror image. It's going to be mirror image. It's going to be,
So, Anna, if you want to do a parody, we'd love to have you.
Okay, I'll start brainstorming.
Last night, nobody won the Powerball ticket, so it
pisses me off because Stephen got me out of bed to buy them.
No, it should make you happy because nobody won, and now you can get another shot at it. What's the suckiest is when somebody wins and it's not you.
It's like every time you play.
At least you got another chance, right?
That's true.
I mean,
just think about all the trees that were killed from the lottery tickets I used.
Who cares? I'm gonna go buy some.
Me too.
I think I.
How much
I think
did you
I.
buy?
Do you have to buy the $4 one to win the big prize? That's I don't understand this part. Because you go in, you're like, okay, $2, but or $4. I'm like, whoa, I don't understand. So you can only get 25 tickets for $100 because you have to get the $4 ticket to win the big boy money. Is that how it works, Lummy? You're the degenerate gambler.
If Dan, if you would slow down and stop and let us answer one of your 14 questions you spewed out,
insulted like 10
Jesus
people.
God, with your convenience store impersonator, Jesus. Lummy, over to you, who is a degenerate gambler and knows all the ins and outs of how you play Powerball so that you can win it all. You have to have a kicker. Do you got to have a
No, to win the Powerball, you just got to buy the $2 ticket.
The $2 ticket.
Yes.
So what's
$4 give you?
Hold on. Does Dan got some guy that's working?
Yeah. He's a sucker.
Is he telling Dan it's a $4 ticket because he's taking half a ticket, Dan's tickets, and putting them in his pocket?
That's correct. No, it's because you can get a power play, which if you hit the power play or I think there's a double power play. If you hit it and you don't get all the numbers, then you
what?
The Powerball.
Oh,
what? He just said random words.
No, there's a power.
He just stuck them together.
You just did a Kamala Harris word salad. You completely did.
There's a Powerball and a power play. You paid for the power play and the double play. The Powerball is a $2 ticket.
Okay.
Then you could do a power play, which if you get four numbers out of 5, but you have the power play, you still win a decent amount of money. And then you have the double play. The double play is if you only get a certain amount of numbers plus the Powerball, you win a little bit. You get double what you would have won. But to win the Powerball, the $1 billion, you only have to pay $2.
I know, but what if you're trying to put all these other kickers on there? Like, that's
multipliers. Realistically, you're only protecting your bet with those. So if you win the Powerball and the $1 billion, you don't get $2 billion because you played the double play. You don't get $3 million because you played the power play. That's just to protect if you don't win.
So if I get like a 20,000 thing, I'd get 40?
On the double play?
No.
Or the double play?
Yeah.
Like if I win like 20,000 instead of that, I'd get 40?
Yeah.
Oh, what a lollipop dude I am. The guy's like, power play. $4 seems like inflation.
Yeah, so you can't double. You can't double it. It's to protect your bet. It's like when you get insurance in blackjack.
Right, I understand. So instead, then I should just buy 50 $2 tickets.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, right?
Thank you. I didn't know what to do.
Is there an option where you were to get all the numbers, but not the Powerball?
Yes.
and then that you could still win the entire prize if you get the uptick, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
If you don't hit that Powerball number,
you don't.
With all 5, you don't. So 5 people hit the 5 numbers without the Powerball, and they got $1 million. All
right.
If you had done the double, you'd have gotten $2 million. Yeah. Is that the whole point?
Okay. Yeah. God, Jesus, my Lord, I'm just gonna go. I think I can afford maybe $15-$20. I'm just gonna go buy $20. Do you just walk up to the dude and say, "I'll take $20 of Powerball tickets"?
20 Powerball. That's it.
$20 on Powerball.
Yep.
That's it.
And they'll give you 10 tickets.
And when they say, "Do you want to do?" Nope, just 20 Powerball tickets.
20 Powerball tickets.
So that's like getting the undercoating and the ceramic coating on your paint and pinstriping and the tire warranty when you go with the $4 ticket.
I don't know, Dan.
Pretty much.
Idiot.
Yeah, exactly.
The Scotch Guard for your leather seats.
Exactly.
For $1,100, and then the $2,200 ceramic paint coating.
Well, I'm not. I'm not like a lottery guy player. You know what I mean? I don't know all those. Like, I'm not one of those guys that goes in there and knows all like the little odds and the scratch offs, and I just don't do it.
Most rich people don't play the lottery.
Yeah,
and that convenience store knew that. That's why he had you do the $4 tickets.
Yeah, he knew. Guy pulling up in a Ferrari.
I pulled up in my Ferrari.
Yeah, a guy pulling up in his Miami Vice show car is. I know that I can squeeze 6 a ticket out of him instead of 2.
That's such a fool.
So yeah, and so I'm gonna which probably he gets a percentage of sales anyway. So
of course, definitely uptick.
Dan, I'm probably thinking that the Florida Lottery trains these cashiers to try to upsell you on all of it, right? Because it's more money.
Yeah, that's why they always with the scratch offs and all that kind of stuff.
It's less amount of numbers they're giving you. That's what their real estate is how many numbers they give you. And if they give you less numbers and you pay more money for less numbers, then right?
Yeah, and him getting the uptick, it's like he hit a little bonus.
Yeah.
So how many they can talk you into on double play?
And the uptick's a bunch of bullcrap because like 95% of tickets are losers anyway.
Right.
So you're upticking 95. You're only upticking 5-6%, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wonder what the percentage of Powerball winner, like any type of like $10, $50, $1 million. Like there are different combinations of people. Like if you get if you get 3 numbers and the Powerball would equal something,
you win like $2.
And if you get like the Powerball and 2 numbers, you win something.
Yeah, it's 3. It's if you got 3 numbers in the Powerball, it paid $100.
Yeah. Well, you got to know there's probably a lot of those.
There's 4,759 winners on that.
So so 4,759 people won some type of money on Powerball, right?
Yes.
4,000. How many total tickets did they sell? Because only 4,800 were winners. That would be an interesting statistic, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just ask a lot. Hey Alexa, how many Powerball tickets did they sell for Monday night drawing?
From TPELmedia.com. Anna Domoto, a spokesperson for the Multi-State Lottery Association, which regulates the game, stated that 131.6 million Powerball tickets were sold for the Monday night draw.
All right, 131. So call it 132 million tickets, Dan, and 4,800 winners equals what percentage?
Equals...
Do 48
0.0036%.
So 0.00. So that's yeah.
1.44 million people won just the Powerball number, so they won $4.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
That changes that.
No, and it's still that's within the 4 million. That's within the 4 million, right, Dan?
Well, that's 1%. So 1% gets like double their money, and then.
No, I think you said that was inclusive to the total number earlier.
Correct.
I put 5,000.
No, there was 4,000.
I put 4,800. But you just said 1 million people got 4 numbers.
No. One number.
Got 1 number?
Yeah.
And that
the Powerball, it doubles your money, so it brings you back in.
Oh, okay.
So like Bubba said, you get $4.
It's a push.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a push. There's no money going out on that.
It's
a push. So there was
abysmal odds.
There was 1 million pushes, right, Lummy?
Yes.
There was 1 million pushes, and there were nearly 4,800 winners on 131 million to 132 million
1%
sales.
pushed and 0.0036%
won something.
Right.
So Lummy, 1 billion if nobody gets. Well, that's what. When is it? Wednesday? They draw it on
Thursday.
When do they draw it? Monday's tickets were 5, 8, 9, 17, 41 with the red Powerball being 21.
So yeah, Wednesday at 11.
Winners of $2 million each in the Match 5 Plus Power Play bought tickets in Arkansas, Georgia, Texas. $1 million tickets were sold in Connecticut, Florida, Kentucky, New York, and Pennsylvania. The next drawing will be Wednesday at 11 o'clock. The cash payout is estimated at $516.8 million. Now, is that take home? Is that take home? 518, or usually you get about half of that.
Right, it's half and then half, pretty much.
Usually, yeah. Let me ask Alexa. Hey Alexa, what if you win Powerball on Wednesday? What's your cash take home after tax amount?
From CooksNews.com. If a winner is drawn on Wednesday, they will take home roughly $448.4 million in cash value.
And take a third of that off at least, so you'll take home $348 million. So you take home $300.
Let me see what because a lot of times you can bing it a little bit more specific than I can ask it. Usually they'll tell you they'll give you a number if it's a $1 billion yippee-yo, and then it's a 430.
It says right here in your article 516.
The next drawing, well, the cash payout is estimated at 516.
Right, minus taxes. Minus 40%, so $2 million.
But
out.
Usually they'll give you that, after taxes.
It's $300.
Well, that's your own math. A lot of times they will provide that number for you.
Okay. Here, but I sent you this Forbes article.
All right, hold on. Let me.
If it hit $1 billion, that's what you would take home.
Yeah. So let's see how close. It's not that 500 deal. Here we go. Is there a?
Keep scrolling down. It says the lump sum right there.
Here we go.
Right there.
The lump sum is estimated to be $497.3 million according to Powerball, which would be subject to an initial 24% tax withholding and roughly $119 million, leaving the winner with about $377 million.
Keep reading.
The winner would also owe an additional taxes at higher brackets up to 37% top federal marginal tax bracket of ordinary income. So far, that's the Dan Diaco tax bracket, 37.
Which is what you would be in if you just got $1 billion.
Right, I understand. So for a single taxpayer with no additional income, no dependents, and no itemized deductions like large charitable contributions, they would owe another $64.6 million. Leaving you
$300 million, like I said,
$313 million before state taxes, but we don't have state taxes in Florida, so you got $313 clean, right?
Right.
$313 clean. That's
nice.
Like you get $313, Dan, and it's clean.
Intolerable. I would be intolerable.
What would be the first thing you would buy?
A jet.
No, I think a boat.
No, God, no. A jet. I'm not going that slow. I'm going fast. I'm going everywhere. I won't fly over the South Pole. I am going everywhere.
What is wrong with you?
You driving to work in a top fuel drag.
I'm the bus lady. Hey, lady! I was so constipated I could hardly drive.
Sounds like you should call and tell Bubba all about it. It's the low-priced answer to a high-budget problem. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Doesn't everything get old?
Huh?
Doesn't everything get old? Like even when you get a new car, at what point do you just go, it's just my car?
But if I had a plane, it would be to see all new places. So that wouldn't get old. The plane wouldn't get old because the plane would be a means for me to have experiences around the world. That's why that would be my first purchase.
I understand.
But in general, do things get old?
Yeah.
I mean,
like you move to a mansion, the first thing is like, oh man, this is really cool. And then after a while, you're like, man, this is my fucking house.
Last night I was walking out of the carriage house, walking to the main house, and saying, "Man, this is fucking really cool."
Okay, that's
so
good.
it doesn't really
Do you
get
like
old.
Yeah.
Being cold and hungry and wet gets old.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get it.
My life used to be cool. I used to be able to walk out.
Oh, sorry, Bob. I didn't mean to throw you in that direction.
Yeah.
But now you appreciate everything you have, right?
Yeah, right, sure. Whatever.
You're still
I'll tell you what, though. I find myself appreciating this old, much less expensive Ferrari as much as the new one. And it's that nice to drive.
Well, it comes from a guy that can afford 2 Ferraris. I'm over here fucking making payments on my F-150.
Making payments on my cars.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying you're making payments on Ferraris. I'm making payments on Fords. that should be a country song.
Yeah.
You're making payments on Ferraris. I'm making payments on Fords.
Dear. Big longer. When are you gonna eat that cake? Cake. I wonder what kind it is. People are dying from this fucking heat.
If you die from heat exhaustion, then you're a fucking idiot.
So you're a fucking pussy.
Seriously, I'm gonna get into that too.
I guess humidity is worse than saying. So you just stay hot and you're so uncomfortable. Oh, I don't know what it costs. Here comes cake.
Do you want to show the cake for a 15th time on camera, or is it you just got it?
Just cut it.
Alright. You want a piece, Bob?
Yeah, give me a small little piece, but none of the outer crust icing.
It's vanilla with dulce de leche. You don't know what that means? What you said? I don't know what the Spanish stuff is.
Well, Bob, some of it comes with it. You just kind of peel it off.
Okay, lover.
You have to peel off the fondant.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go. Is all of it fondant? Like
The outside is. It's not frosting. It's like that moldable shit.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel and I are gonna train out one day. He'll probably fucking kill it.
I don't know. I'm not a big circuit guy. Circuit training guy. Anna, would you like a piece?
No, thank you.
Don't call my shit circuit training, bitch. That sounds like it.
Why are you trying to drop me out there with circuit training?
Circuit training, it's similar to circuit training. Isn't it multiple? It's like there's supersets and there's giant sets and there's circuit training. I thought supersets
I work out with
exercise, a giant's 3 or 4, and if it goes more than that, it's a circuit.
Don't call it.
I just thought that was just a definition. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to degrade or...
Circuit training's the kind of machines that got the Y, and they're all one machine.
It's not.
Here you go,
What is that guy, Lovey?
Cake? Oh. Would you like some of your cake?
Sure. Macho Man's gonna need some of it for the calories.
Yeah.
The macros.
Is the Bubba one?
Yeah, Bubba has it. Bubba was the first served. You just got served.
Hey, I don't think we played by bookie with Dan yet.
I don't think we have either.
I thought we were gonna talk about the heat.
We're going to, bitch, but we got some other things to talk about too.
I'm gonna put 1888 a minute on speed dial. Cause you got issues.
What about the black stuff? Is that what's it called again?
Fondant?
The fondant is all fondant?
I think so.
Okay, it's just what it's all.
I mean, I just don't think it's very sweet. It's mostly just for like decor.
It's like waxy.
Yeah.
I think it's good.
When you said the black stuff, I'm like, oh my god. What are you talking about?
It's hair.
No, I know, but
No,
in my
what's
head, like, I thought it was like good.
What's on there?
Maybe it's sweet. I don't know. I've always just been told that.
I think it's all fondant.
Yeah. Maria wants to know if it's still good.
It's still good.
Still good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's really pretty.
Yeah, it was solid. He's so talented. I've been like washing it down with ice cold Monster.
Yep.
Monster.
Bubba the Love Sponge!
I love everything about the show.
Every day for 4 hours, man. It just makes time fly by.
Gotta be Bubba.
This is awesome. I love it.
And I spent about 2 hours in my car when it's supposed to be a 20-minute break.
Yeah.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I've been checking my PayPal, my Cash App, my Venmo. I ain't seen no action.
It's slow. It's only Neil Mount Plaisir today.
We got Neil Mount Plaisir. That's it. Where's my John Costicas? Where's my hierarchies? It's the, maybe the show's been sucking today so far. Hey, look, Lummy, look what I got.
What you got?
The latest. You know, we're really kind of starting to really concentrate back on merchandise.
Oh.
We go through ebbs and flows but like everything we've been selling, like the Bubba tactical bags, sold out of those. The Bubba straw hats, sold out of those. The Bubba lunch boxes, sold out of those. The Bubba Army tumbler, Yeti deal kind of deals, Arctic, sold out of those. To the point where we're always going to keep like a dozen on hand just because they sold so many that we're always going to keep like a dozen. Bubba University shirts sold so well that we're going to make them a staple. The standard Bubba Army black with white logo, that's always going to be a staple. We're always going to have a Bubba Army hat. We're always going to have Bubba Army stickers. But Lummy, we now got Bubba Army and I get these ideas from people that have emailed the show or emailed the merch crick, through the email at BubbaArmyMerch.com. And this is how we've gone. Oh, don't forget the best-selling thing that we've ever sold, probably ever, and I probably need to order another 100 of them, are the dog harnesses.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
The dog harnesses sold is probably the best thing we've ever sold, the dog harnesses, and we're thinking about bringing them back. Anyway, these are Bubba Army, the ones that you hang from your, your rearview mirror for like, most people have like the pine tree or the car fresheners.
Mm-hmm.
And let me, they're double-sided. I'm just going to show you one because this one's in the container, but they're double-sided, but they're not going to go up on the site because I'm going to wait till we got beach towels. You got
the beach towels? That's cool.
No, we got blankets and beach towels that are like a week out from being here. So I'm not going to post these up on the site until I have those. That way people can bundle them up and save on shipping. Like right now, you wouldn't want to go buy one of these and have to pay the stupid $1 shipping when you could just bundle it with your blanket and your beach towel, right?
Yeah,
and you only get one package instead of 2 or 3. So when the other products that we're working on come, which I've been told are only 2 weeks away,
nice.
We'll put the Bubba. So if anybody would like one, I don't know. Do you use air fresheners in your car?
I sure do. Yes.
Okay. Would you?
I would love one.
Are you sure though? Because when you go hang out with your friends that work at Cox, you may have to take it down under some circumstances. I
don't think they would mind.
Lummy, do you want one?
Yes.
Lummy, to me, it seems like you'd be proud. You'd always keep yours up. You'd never have to take it down any other conditions.
That is 100%
like
correct.
if Dan put one in the Escalade, don't think that wouldn't get ripped down.
They get burned out.
Mm-hmm.
Romina.
Dan, what would Romina do if you put a Bubba Army air freshener in her Escalade without her knowing, and she goes and bebops in there and she sees? What do you think happens? Be honest.
Let's see.
Well, I know. We're gonna.
I don't know.
But do you think that she rips it down?
The most aggressive eye roll ever.
I think it would be an eye roll. I think it would be aggressive eye roll, and she'll keep it.
Really? And then she'll say, "Oh, Donnie, I saw the new air freshener. Why, Donnie?
Why the Bubba air conditioner?
Why, Donnie? I would rather have like a martini glass or a wine glass. I like Danny. Wine. Do they make wine bottle air fresheners, Donnie? That's what I'd like to have, Donnie." Anyway, the Bubba Army air fresheners at BubbaArmyMerch.com, available here in a couple weeks when we get a few other items, and that way you can put it in there, and shipping's practically nothing. They're telling everybody now for that Italy has been told to embrace for the worst heat wave ever.
Go to Weather Channel meteorologist Paul Goodloe from Atlanta, Georgia.
Now I'm going to say something that's going to probably be, people don't like and or think I'm trying to be a dick and stuff, but heat isn't like a tornado or a tsunami or an earthquake. They just get spurned on you. You don't really have a lot of notice. But, like hurricanes and heat waves and snowfall, you can see it coming. Like, it's not 55 one day, then the next day it's going to be 109, and you don't have a chance to prepare. Like, the heat wave's coming. We're in the summer. How do you die from a heat wave?
Because not everyone has access to air conditioning. Air conditioners break.
No. But
people have problems with water.
But Dan, even if you don't have an air conditioner, if you just drink water and you're not out, digging a ditch all day, and you seek shelter under even a tree that has some type of shade, and you got water, how do you die from a heat wave?
Well, old people have issues with it. And I also learned that there's a difference between heat exhaustion and heat stroke. So I think heat exhaustion is when you're essentially just dehydrated. But I heard heat stroke is worse, which is what Jason Aldean had.
Maybe Dan can give us the difference.
Well, heat exhaustion is what we all experience. Heat stroke's when your actual body temperature starts climbing to a dangerous level and it's hard to get it down.
104 and above.
Yes.
And that's when your body kind of internally cooks itself.
Right. More people die from cold weather than they do from hot weather, just to make the statistics more clear. We have more people that die in the winter or in the southern hemisphere in our summer than people died from excessive heat. So they're trying to make this a whole global warming thing.
But here's the thing.
Too.
Hold on. Here's the thing.
It's actually we've been cooling.
It's easier to freeze to death than it is to die from heat exhaustion.
Correct, because with water and a little shade, usually you can get through those afternoon hours.
But there comes a point, man, like, if you're in like Alaska and you're living in like some little shanty and it's January and one of these big, 1,000-inch snowstorm comes and it completely snows over your hut and you don't have any firewood and you don't have, and your electricity's out and there's a lot of
windmills are froze up, right?
Yes, but meanwhile, if the heat is coming, you just listen. If anything, here's my jug of water and there's a tree, and I'm gonna go stand underneath that tree from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. And I'm just gonna drink that water and maybe eat my peanut butter sandwich. Right?
Yeah,
But, are there part of countries that don't even have that?
Well, I think, Haiti doesn't have any trees anymore, so...
Or Death Valley, there's no trees.
Right.
Paul,
but one has to plan. Hey, one has to plan. We had a couple of stories last week of people dying of heat strokes and heat exhaustion, and yet while hiking in Yellowstone. Don't you think that you need to be a little more prepared?
Yeah,
if you're going to
stop hiking, get under a tree, and relax.
Or hey, looking at the weather, Dan, it says we can go 2 weeks from now where it seems to be a little bit more, like in the 80s. Or we can go now where they're saying the high is going to be 106.
That's like saying, Bubba, exactly. That's like saying, hey, Bubba, they have a lightning storm predicted. Let's go fishing.
Yeah.
Let's go fishing in the lightning.
Let's go golfing.
Let's go golfing. Yes. No, I'd rather golf with a little umbrella.
With metal sticks to the ground.
Right, and umbrellas.
I'm not making an excuse for anybody. Obviously, there really isn't one. But I mean, they have monitors on gas tanks to let you know how much gas you have in the tank. And a lot of people think they can make it, and people run out of gas on the road all the time.
Yeah, true.
Near the end of this heat streak?
Not at all. Not even in Europe. Also not in the U.S. This afternoon, temperatures in Europe already.
That looks like Florida in the summer.
It also looks like the migration patterns from Africa and the Middle East into Europe. You think that those cultures would be more tolerant of the heat?
They also changed the color to make them darker. They changed the color
Upper 90s, even some temperatures above 100 degrees. And then in the U.S.
Again, this just looks like summertime to me.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Southeast, sultry, the east,
Looks like
sultry,
Bubba
sultry
art.
in the northeast. The southwest is boiling here in the heat building in the Pacific Northwest, the interior as well. And then there's Phoenix. Yet another day at or above.
Phoenix, man.
the worst always. Why?
Phoenix, man, is bad.
110 degrees. This streak started way back in June, but
They're going to break. The longest streak of over 110 is the record's 18, and they're at 16 right now, and they think they're going to beat the record. And so that's 18 straight days. I think it was like in 1975 or something like that.
But
18 straight days of 110 plus.
But do we really know? I mean, what the temperature was there 400 years ago?
No, we tell
They
you're
said
right.
on record.
On
so
record,
it's usually
yeah.
It continues
But
in earnest this month.
also, again, I haven't really experienced Phoenix heat before, but what was on the news just now is them saying that like with high humidity, it's worse. So you could have like a lower temperature in the 90s, but it's actually, I think, more dangerous if there's a higher humidity.
Yeah, we know that. We certainly know humidity.
So,
Because up north, it's not as humid
like
either.
in California, man, or like in Reno, where my dad lives, it can be like 88, 89, but it's only got like 30% humidity.
So it's more tolerable.
It's like
it's still
almost
uncomfortable, but
no, not really.
Well, do you know why? Do you know why?
because you can't cool yourself off.
You cool yourself off when your sweat evaporates, and your sweat doesn't evaporate in the high humidity as well.
Oh, but your sweat evaporates
so
swampy
quicker
Yeah,
when
that's why it's
you're in
more
a high
dangerous.
when you're in a
Low
low
humidity.
humidity.
Yes.
Plus, in fact, our streak is at 16 days. The old record is 18 days. We're at least going to have 21 days or more. And in terms of the end, it's nowhere in sight. The forecast from this month into September likely above average.
Now, does it seem here in Tampa? I don't want to be too Tampa specific, but that's where we are based out of, and it's where we all live.
Ew.
But like to me, the summer doesn't seem overly brutal. And I've worked every weekend out in the elements. So to me, it seems like a typical summer to me.
That's what the opposite of what everyone else says who's lived here their whole life is that this is way worse.
Well, there's a big difference between this year and a typical year is that we're down about 50% on rain.
Right.
And so we're dry right now.
And
the rain helps cool things off.
And keeps things less humid too, right? Less rain.
Post rain?
No, rain makes things more humid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it tends to rain with the higher humidities too.
What I'm saying though, Danny, is our humidity is probably a little bit lower than it usually is when it's more rainy. Rainy
Yes,
creates
probably.
a little bit.
They're
linked. We for one time we have kind of a drier heat right now.
Right, because the moisture heat makes more storms.
Right.
Dry
Now
heat
above
doesn't.
average in the southwest for, at least for the rest of this summer. Margaret?
We're seeing reports of some kind of unusual things, like in New England today, a warning of a tornado.
What has she got above her lip?
Watch. I grew up there. I don't remember that ever happening really before. We're seeing the federal government and NOAA say
She got a little Hitler.
It looks like that.
that June was a
Just a shadow.
record heat level with sea temperatures the highest for any month on record. What is the global impact of all these changes?
Well, it's all about the extra energy we're having here and changing and impacting our weather, which also is impacting our climate. You mentioned temperatures. The waters around Florida, the sea surface waters, we're talking not only bath water, but hot tub water type temperatures here.
So, Dan, like the water right outside your house is probably what, like 84, 85?
Yeah, and you
Off
hear
the
a funny
dock?
story?
Yeah.
I was at Steve's house last night, and
Getting in trouble?
No, not getting in trouble, just hanging out.
That's refreshing, isn't it?
Yeah, it was nice. And well, he wanted to start talking about complex things, and I didn't really feel like talking about anything, but just watching TV and just catching up because I hadn't had I've been gone off and on for a couple of weeks. So it was a rare moment. We were all through together. Jay's been hanging 10 for 3 weeks in other countries, and so we were all together. Anyway, Steve and Jay go outside, and a couple minutes later, I see them like Jay is like tiptoeing, but like weird running, and Steven's like it's like they're trying to like run out of the rain. You know how people like run out of the rain? They have like a funny way they run.
Right.
And they come to the door, and Steven freaking fell in the water last night. He has that little like kayak boat ramp,
right?
And he was scrubbing it and talking to Jay, and he spun around and he slipped, and he got his phone, his wallet. He was soaked. He sliced his foot.
Of course he did.
After dogging me for falling into the off the jetty a couple weeks ago. We were just literally talking about that 5 minutes earlier, and he goes out and falls.
Did you have to stitch him up?
No, I said just put a Band-Aid on it.
You don't really get much relief in the water. It is so warm, and that plays into what happens in our atmosphere. The water is warming, so it's adjusting the temperature above that water, adding more humidity. For every 1 degree temperature increase, we can see 4% more water vapor. Heavier snow events, but also heavier rain events. It doesn't mean we still can't have long persistent droughts. It's the long-term adding energy or heat in our atmosphere, which is fueling wilder extremes. And we're seeing this also with rainfall. Not only today in the Northeast, but also last week. 1 in 100-year flood events doesn't mean you only see 1 in 100 years. It's the probability of any given year of 1% seeing that type of rainfall. But guess what? We're seeing more of that. In fact, more of days seeing 2 inches or more of rain have steadily increased since 1950. We're seeing that right now with flooding in the Northeast. And by the way, it's not just here. Every region of the country has seen an increase in our heavy rain events.
I don't think
Thank
we have.
God.
I don't think we have.
So we can have no droughts. Droughts kill people.
Right.
A little rain
Crops.
keeps things lush.
I mean, crops.
Yeah, we want the
everything
rain.
from
It's
crops
not a bad
to
thing.
cattle to,
everything. But here's the thing that really irritates the you-know-what out of me when it comes to weather, temperature, rain, changes, all those things. It's where's your starting point? Are you comparing us to 50 years ago, to 100 years ago, to 1,000 years ago, to 1,000,000 years ago? And when does it matter? These guys always pick a date that's conducive to their narrative. Because you could say we're hotter than we were at some point, and we're also colder than we were at some point.
They all
we have more CO2.
They
we have
all
less CO2.
They all have an agenda
They
or
all
a spin.
do. Exactly.
Because
At both sides.
And
both sides.
Because if you don't, then the weather's boring. If you just report the weather, it's boring. You got to have some big conspiracy willy deal in order to stay relevant, right?
Well, and the weather prediction sucks. It still sucks. I can't believe in 2023, we can make it to the outskirts of our universe, but we can't predict what time it's going to rain in Tampa in the summer.
It's weather porn. Nobody watches the weather if the weather is only going to be, hey, it's going to be another hot day today, a little bit of rain or a lot of bit of rain, and high today this and low today that. When the way the weather used to be.
Let's stop and talk about baseball.
No, but then in order for the Weather Channel and all these other weather specific, media outlets, in order for them to get you to watch it outside of a hurricane or something that's coming barreling down your way, is to have all these theories and all this global warming and carbon monoxide and all this you got to have all those specials ready to go or nobody's going to watch it. Weather sucks. It's stupid. Hello? It's boring.
I'm co-signing with Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan's right. It's everyone else in this whole world is getting, it's the same as it's been, but it's something that they have to write about to make us care about the weather.
Right, exactly. They finally
same
figured,
as it ever was.
They finally figured. I mean, this weather here seems it's a little hot. It's a little hotter than normal. We got a little less rain here in Florida than normal, and that's about it.
But
it's hotter, but it's been a lot drier.
The water levels
a lot drier.
The water levels at Plymouth Rock and the Empire State and the Statue of Liberty are about exactly where they were 150 years ago, 400 years ago. The whole world's not sinking. They create the same type of fear. I mean, we just experienced this for the last 3 years. The fear mongering surrounding Bramp. And they're doing it with weather. They're doing it with
global
fuel.
warming.
They're doing it with resources. They're doing it now with food. They're trying to create a problem. They're destroying farms and food so that they can make an emergency so that they can continue to try to substitute what we consider to be traditional food with new food, like stem cell meat, which the FDA quietly approved without specific clear labeling. So, we're going to be eating all kinds of things that we didn't realize we were eating.
So you're going to try to tell me like the hamburger or the steak or the chicken or whatever I like could be in sometime in my lifetime, not even from a cow or a chicken. It's just from a lab somewhere in Massachusetts.
Bubba, I guarantee within 2 years you eat like that, whether you realize it or not. I guarantee that goes through your lips.
Synthetic meat?
Stem cell grown meat will go pass through your lips in the next 18
good?
months. Supposed to be pretty close. But I want a dead cow. Sorry.
What I'm saying, is a meat eater. And when you go to the grocery store, are you going to have that option? I want a real.
I don't think it's going to be clearly labeled. I think it's going to be confusing to consumers because the FDA approved not specifically labeling it.
The FDA is a sham.
It is.
It is a sham. I'm reading about it, a book about it, and a guy who worked,
the
with
Federal Drug Administration.
Yeah, he's like, first of all, why are
Food
they
and Drug Administration?
Why is that one agency? Food and drug all in one agency. And he's saying that they're bought and paid for by the pharmaceutical companies.
Yep.
Just absolutely bought and paid for. They're funding the FDA. They're employing people. So people rely on these pharmaceutical companies for their salaries. And anytime that they want something done or push through, they just kind of say, okay, well, we're going to give more funding to this area of the FDA. And then all of a sudden, wow, their drug gets FDA approval because that's what everybody is looking for is FDA approval.
So
because that's $1 billion in your pocket if you get that stamp.
If you get, as a manufacturer of meat or whatever you're making or drugs,
whatever. If it has FDA approval, then the public goes, it's safe. I'll consume it.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And it can go to market nonetheless.
Right. Well,
you know what I'm saying? I mean, it can go to market.
Right.
It's legal.
Right.
So
it's such a sham. That's why I try to stay away from literally everything. I don't want fake meat. I don't touch Impossible Burgers anymore. I don't want any processed stuff. I try to stay away from pharmaceuticals to the best of my ability, unless you run into an infection, you need antibiotics.
Pharmaceuticals are my best friend.
But yeah,
but when it comes to food, Bubba, you want farm to table as close as possible.
Yes.
Most food travels 1,000 miles before it gets to your plate.
Yeah. And a lot of people can't do that, and I understand that, but the closer you can get to
Dan,
a whole food diet, the better.
Could you ever see yourself being in your latter years and you made all your money and the kids are all grown and Romina left you and you're worth $1 zillion.
Peace.
Get a farm.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Get a farm. And try to grow your own cows.
Do a Dutton.
And grow. Yeah, I
do Dan Dutton.
We've talked about that.
Absolutely.
We have a compost pile.
Absolutely.
We're trying to grow tomatoes, cucumbers, lettuce.
I'm not going to have a pile of dung in the back as my compost pile. But
yeah, it's kind of fun.
Dan's going to have himself some big-ass $1 million John Deere combines, and he's going to grow fields of corn and have cattle and pigs.
Mow my front yard of my Skag. Are you big old John Deere stuff
I got to
in the back.
tell you, if I would love to do that, grow your own,
veggies and stuff.
I mean, I don't eat a lot of veggies. I just probably grow some corn and green beans.
I'll grow some meat.
Corn and I would grow corn, green beans,
that'd be amazing.
Raise pigs, raise beef,
and have a big marijuana greenhouse.
It's a sign. The end times are here. Ultra-powerful hurricanes, tsunamis, massive earthquakes, and Bubba the Love Sponge.
Sorry.
You saw that article?
Recently approved.
The fact that last week they made a ruling that they're not going to specially label the stem cell meters.
I didn't know that.
2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, when we were talking about cocaine in the White House, they're slipping it underneath it.
Yeah. No, that's what.
It's mislabeling, but technically it's not mislabeling because they're on it. And by the way, this is just El Nino. I mean, 97 was worse than this. And El Nino. And the weather. But yeah,
Factor time.
The big thing with FDA too is no mislabeling. Right. And now they're letting me mislabel. Which is weird.
Yeah. The FDA is a fucking sham. It's I feel like you can't trust anything anymore. I'm all right, well, shit.
Thank you, Cricket.
Hey. Get a farm up in a higher mountain area, a little inland.
Yeah. I would love to just grow my own shit. You know what's in it.
Wouldn't that be cool as fuck?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
So South Carolina mountains.
You can't grow everything, but whatever. Something.
You could grow your pigs.
I don't want Then it's a slaughter.
I'm not talking. No, you take it to a butcher.
I don't want to.
Yeah, and you also could, if you just had pigs or cow or both, you could also just trade them for your neighbor's corn and your neighbor's tomatoes.
Yeah,
like they did
you know what I'm saying? I got a pig. I want a couple bushels of corn and
a couple bushels. I want a couple 100 pounds.
I want some corn. I want some tomatoes. I want some beans. I want some wheat.
Yeah.
I got a side of beef.
Pickleball.
Pickleball.
Over here on the TV.
Yeah.
What?
Pickleball to your right, up on the TV.
Fuck yeah.
There's like 10 courts in that room. That's a club.
Fastest growing sport in the world. Tom Brady owns a team.
He owns a team?
A team, yes. It's people are getting into like these
You're
big,
making it cool, Dan.
we're getting into these big tournaments.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere.
And this guy that I'm reading the book, and I always read everything with like a side eye, but he was saying that like they purposely design a lot of these medications to have side effects, so that you then need more drugs to, right? And so you're just like in this fucking loop.
Disgusting, isn't it?
It's just so disturbing. I don't take vitamins. I don't take shit.
Well, they're dumb. Because Big Pharma's my best friend, motherfucker.
But you're also not treating any chronic disease. You know what I mean, Bob?
Yeah, Big Farm recreational is cool.
Yeah, Big Farm recreational is cool all day, but you don't want to get into that subscription-based chronic disease pharmacology.
No, I like taking recreational pharmacy.
All about that, but you know, it's scary because the other stuff's it's all filthy now with fentanyl and ketamine and
on the street. I don't buy much shit on the street.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Thank God you have a doctor that appropriately prescribes what your body needs to get through the month. But
yeah.
For those that try to do it on the street, it's scary.
Oh, we have a new parody. Macho's putting it up on next year.
Well, where's he putting it, lover?
He's uploading it right now.
In his butt.
Well, tell him to put it on.
Got a new parody?
Yeah.
From whom?
Oh, great.
Oh, really?
What
So I
a
can just
dumb
kind of get in
fuck.
the mood of what style. Because I do have to run little styles. This seem to be more melodious.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, yeah. It's not that.
Morning.
Goes a little more rough.
for this heat.
Live from Tampa, Florida, home of the big, fat, greasy bitch, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. And now, here's your host, Bubba the Love Sponge.
I swear I hear that one every day, too.
Yeah.
Are we working on these? Hopefully.
Big Woody's on it. Big Woody is on it.
Come on, Woody. Yesterday's podcast available wherever you get your podcasts. Go download it. I think it was a pretty good show, from what I can remember. Can you guys tell me what we talked about yesterday on the podcast?
We gambled.
Oh, we did?
Yes,
we talked about pubic hair.
Well, what?
Pubic hair.
Oh, pubic. That's right. Women's pubic hair and gambling. I think pretty much what we talked about, right?
Yep.
Go get it wherever you get your podcasting. Spotify, iHeart, Apple, iTunes. Mm-hmm. And now within the Rumble world, if you are a local member of our locals page, which is at, again, our Rumble page is at the Bubba Army. Once you're there, you'll see this little red button. It says like support or join. If you do that, then you're like considered in this little local deal. Lummy, I tried to start a little chat session today, because there's a 24-hour chat there.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, hi, like at 5 o'clock, I was like, hi, everybody, I'm here in the studio prepping. And then there was nobody. And then like 20 minutes later, I go, still here.
Didn't send any notifications out there?
No, I guess not.
It's a pretty exclusive club.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. It's a pretty exclusive club with your.
I just mean that it's
your smart ass little ginger chuckle.
It's a pretty exclusive club about
smash
Bubba
your
the
face in right now.
It's a pretty exclusive club about Bubba the Love Sponge, and Bubba's not invited, I guess.
Well, I mean, no. When the Messiah comes in there,
exactly,
and there's nobody there for the Messiah, how much of a goddamn Messiah are you? No, not very much. You suck. I suck.
Oh.
Anyway, as we were looking at Maria's cake, her Lummy Investigates cake,
beautiful and delicious,
which was
her
second deal. Her first one was probably one of the most amazing cakes I've ever seen before, and then that got me thinking: the people that you see on Cake Boss aren't nearly as talented as she is. Like, right? I mean, she is probably
she's definitely on par, if not better.
She is as good of a cake maker, professional, themed cake maker as I've ever seen.
Yeah,
as I have ever seen. Even making Dan's instruments all out of edible gold.
It was awesome.
I mean, like
even
really
cool.
Dan's instruments, and the boob was a gummy bear that you could eat.
Yeah, it was awesome.
And it was just like everything on the entire cake is edible, even the instruments and the decorative parts, because she makes it out of, various edible things. God, she's good. I bet you a cake like that would. I mean, what? There are professional cake makers that
make
do
like those kinds of cake
that do themed cake. I don't even know I don't even know what they go for. $1,000, $500.
No idea.
Right?
Mm-hmm. I would imagine. I mean,
if I was her, man, I'd quit my whatever job she's doing.
I don't think she has to work.
Oh, I think her husband makes all the money.
Yeah, he doesn't have to talk.
Anything.
He just has to make money.
He just does. Okay, so he does.
She does all the talking, and she does the cake making, and she does
the cleavage,
the cleavage in the ass, and he just makes the money and keeps his mouth shut.
Okay, cool.
Which is perfect. I wish I could find a girl like that.
Which is reverse of your situation.
Right. I'd be happy.
So anyway, Maria, you are the cake makingest bitch I've ever seen, and I've watched Cake Boss and things like that, and you blow all those people away. So kudos to you, and so thanks. So Dan, you know that I'm a spokesperson now for my bookie.
And I did not realize that.
Yes.
Well, I heard that recently, but I just didn't know that.
And it's so fun. And me and Lummy are. And by the way, if you have a problem with gambling, you can always call 1-888-ADMIT-IT. 1-888-ADMIT-IT and get some immediate help. But
there will be a real person on the line because I called for Bubba.
Right, and
live
then
on the air.
and then I dropped the mic and won $2,500 on
$5,000 twice that.
Yeah, $5,000.
Gambling's never a problem if you're winning.
Hang up on that bitch because we're winners.
That's right. So go to mybookie.com. You can bet on anything. You can bet on tonight's ball game. You can bet on prop bets. you can bet on. You can go into the casino, the live casino, the regular casino. You can play slots, craps, roulette, baccarat, and me and Lummy's favorite, which is one deck blackjack.
Single deck blackjack.
Yeah.
Now, are those dollars real dollars? Or
We don't know. We don't quite know. We don't quite know it. I started with $20,000.
So you're up a little bit.
So and I'm at $22,497 right now.
All right. And this is a fresh deck.
This is a fresh deck, and you're Rain Dan, so you're gonna play this with me. And Lummy, since we got Rain Dan, who can count cards, we're gonna go heavy. Okay,
that sounds good.
I mean, I'm
you
talking.
Don't go heavy at the beginning, bro. You wait till the count changes. You go medium at the beginning.
Well, when he means heavy, he doesn't mean what you're
don't
used to.
Don't start with heavy. You start with
I'm
medium.
talking about money.
You start with minimum.
I'm talking about I'm talking about laying hundreds and 500s right across the.
You don't do that until you're halfway through the deck.
Okay, then. Okay, I didn't know that.
I'm telling you.
Okay, here we go. So let's start with 25s. Okay.
Okay. What's the minimum bet here?
$1 to $500.
Okay, so
So
you want to do like 25s?
Yeah,
Okay, that's fine.
But the way Lummy and I play is we play all hands.
Okay.
So we go like this is how pimps do it, Dan. This is if you had a MyBookie account, this is how you would do it, right?
Okay, sure.
All right. So by the way, go to mybookie.com, use promo code Bubba, and that'll get you some free stuff and stuff like you can be almost as cool as me and play single deck blackjack. So here we go. You ready? We're gonna go deal, Lummy.
Yep.
Here we go. All right, they got a 15, Lummy.
Oh yeah, looking good.
Oh, okay, hold on now. Now, Dan, we'll walk you through our thought process, and then you're our consultant, okay? Lummy, 17. They're showing a 15. I'm standing on that.
Yeah, stand.
Dan,
you sit on that 17.
stand. Yeah,
Yes.
stand. Boom. All right. I got a 7 and an 8. They're showing a 15.
You sit on that because they're showing a 5, a break card.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, stand.
okay, stand on that one, Danny?
Yep.
Okay, now, please. I mean,
Stand.
Yeah, stand
20.
on that.
Now
20.
the 14 is more controversial,
Yeah, now,
but
see,
you
this
still
is-
have a very high breaking card. So I think objectively you should sit on that.
You would sit on that.
Yes.
Being Rain Dan.
Yes,
Being
stand
the high,
on that.
all
Right. Now counting the cards, you're not okay. Go ahead.
No.
This you hit.
Yeah.
All right, hit this one.
So for 9, 10, 10, 10. Oh,
It's even better.
Now double. Now double it.
I don't think you can double
can't
after
double.
the first.
All right,
You
but
gotta hit again.
otherwise I would
Hit.
double.
Right.
Hit again. Nothing's gonna hurt you.
You're good.
Now we're good.
Okay. Now
All
you
right,
sit.
Now we sit.
Now let's hope they get 15 with a break card.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Before she's got a 6.
Yep.
Oh, good. Oh, 19.
Oh, that 4.
So your count's -1.
So hold on.
No,
All
your
right.
count's 0. Your count's 0.
I pushed.
No. If you're counting cards, you have neutral. You have a neutral deck still.
Oh, that's your department. Okay.
Okay.
I'm
still
just
neutral.
Yeah. Okay. So now, do we go? You want to go hundreds right across the buckle brush? Now that you
No, it's neutral. It's not up or down. You would still keep your normal middle bet, which is your 25s.
Oh, see, Lummy, Dan's teaching us how to play it the smart guy way.
But I say we do 50 and 50 on that, double it up. So we
Dan, do we stay 25s? Do we go to 50? Do we go to hundreds?
Objectively, if you're using 25 as your baseline bet, you would keep it there because your cards are neutral still. Your deck is still neutral based on counting the cards.
Okay, so
you have a relatively neutral deck. And you're only going to get 1 or 2 more deals out of this deck.
So Dan's saying, by the numbers game, you go ahead and just stick to what you had before, right?
Right.
All right. Deal them up, Lummy. Here we go. By the way, this is mybookie.com. Use promo code Bubba. You can play right along with this. Here we go. Hold on. Okay. Whew, Dan, okay. You got to stand on this like you don't hit an 18.
Right.
I mean, even though they're showing 19, so you stand on that. Now you go to the 15.
And it sucks. He shows a 9. You got to hit it.
You got to hit it, right? I mean, by
now, if you're looking at you're in good shape there.
All right.
You're good shape. Well, the reason I'm saying that is because the count's not great on this deck. You're getting small cards.
All
so
right. But there's going to be some big cards coming, aren't there?
No, you have a lot of small cards coming because you had a lot of big cards come out early.
All right. So
do you understand?
No, I hit this right. No.
Hit stand. Hit stand.
Stand. Okay, I'm talking about stand.
Okay. Now next deck.
Now 7 hit.
Definitely hit.
Hit. Oh,
stop.
Stand.
Now, some people would say to hit that because you assume a 19.
No way.
I understand that. No. I understand
Even
that.
though there's small cards coming.
Even though there's a small card. But both of those guys, there's an argument to hit those 17s
No way.
because you have a 9 showing.
I'm standing.
But there's also an argument to stand.
And then you take his card.
So you take his. So he hits.
Hit. This guy hits.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Another hit.
Oh, not on a 17.
That's a soft 17. It's junk.
I know it's
You
junk.
hit it. You hit it every time.
You're
right?
for
right,
real?
With the 9 showing, yes, you hit it.
But I just
don't
flopped
care.
it too.
You have a 7 and a 17 though.
It sucks, dude. It's a soft 17. You got 3 7. You get pummeled.
See, it says, "Are you sure?"
Okay.
Do you want to? It even says, "Are you sure you have 17?"
Okay. He's got a face card underneath there. He's got 19. You're gonna lose your ass.
Oh, yeah.
On 3, 4 hands. You're gonna lose 4 hands on this. You're gonna win 1, push 1, and lose 3.
Lummy, do I stand or I hit? Don't let him Lummy, you used to be my partner.
No, I am. I said hit. I agreed with Dr. Dan on this one.
I know. I say stand.
Anna, do you have an opinion on this?
She doesn't even know what we're talking about.
Stand by me. I don't know.
You already got 2 17s you're tossing with.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you have another 17 and he's got, and
All right.
got 19,
I'm gonna hit. I'm gonna hit because that's what you guys told me to do. Yes. All right. See now I'm at 16.
That's the single worst card you could have gotten.
I know. And you got to hit. You got to hit. Right.
You got to hit it.
You got to hit that.
There goes our face card. Yep.
So there we busted out.
Is it time for me to call?
Oh, Dan, look at. No, it's not time for you to call. It's time for you to call that we're winners.
Bubba, now listen, if you didn't hit that other card, he would have gotten the 6 and had a 20.
Oh, you're.
Yep.
That's why you have to hit that.
Okay, Danny.
You got to take it from him.
Before we go into words, can we go to the hundos and 5 hundos? It's our last time.
Okay, go to the hundos. You got a lot of face cards out there, but go ahead. Go to the hundos.
Yeah, hundos,
go to hundos.
Not 5 hundos.
I wouldn't. Your deck's not that good.
I say 1-5. 1-5, Bubba.
No, I'm gonna go. He's the man. All right, deal. You said Dan does not like this deck at all, do you, Dan?
Look at all the small cards coming out. Look at all the junk.
Oh, I'm looking good as F. Okay, so a 14
with a 6 showing.
With a 6
you do
showing.
not hit that.
I do not hit that.
No.
Stand.
Now it's
a 6.
You want to hit this.
You want to hit this.
Nothing's gonna hurt you.
No.
Nothing's gonna hurt you. Nothing's gonna hurt you.
Yeah, you want to hit this one.
Now, nothing's gonna hurt you on that. You double down if you let you. Oh my
God. 14. Stop.
So yeah, you're taking. But good thing you're taking your small cards.
Yes.
All right, 16.
Although he could have used that 5 on the other one.
What I'm saying is, I think you stand here because I've gotten some big cards have got to be coming, Dan.
Right. Well, you stand.
Stand here on my 16. I got blackjack on there.
Right. You got 19. Stop.
I got 19 there, so I stand there. Now here comes here.
Please be a king. 20.
Oh. Technically, Dan, for your rule that you went through last time, we probably should have hit that 19. You could have just to take this card.
Just take that card. Yeah, I understand. But a 17 sucked. It's so easy to beat a 17. And a 19, a soft 19 is hard to hit.
I know, but you were saying that there's a lot of high cards left.
Yeah,
you got to take it from him, kind of. If that's your last.
I took it from him.
Told you the hand wasn't great. It was a bad card count.
MyBookie.com. We play it every day on the air. We love it. Use promo code Bubba. Whether you're betting on tonight's Texas Rays game, which, by the way, the Rays got beat last night.
3-2. Melissa Carpenter, $100 on the vendor.
She throws the Benjamin Franklins around. I love her.
Thank you.
MyBookie.com, promo code Bubba.
Bubba the Love Sponge. Bubba the Love Sponge. And more we got Bubba the Love Sponge. The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
I got to go to this Justin Trudeau motherfucker.
It was a -2 count. Talking about last hand, it was a bad hand, the bet lot. Fish look nice, don't they? Pretty nice.
Ew! Ugh. That's disgusting. Did you get some cake?
No, good cake. I used caffeine as well.
Caffeine.
What do you think? You just look at the other side.
am I supposed to open this stuff on air with this?
Oh, we got packages or some shit to do too.
Ooh, packages. Can I open them, Babs?
No.
I got this Tampa Tarpons hat. It's awesome.
Hold on, I'm gonna do packages though.
I think what it was, you know what it was?
7 1/4.
When I hit it before is when it was uploading.
Nobody asked me hat size. 7 1/4 in the future.
Okay.
Press thumbs up
I
on
like
Rumble.
adjustments,
Is
too.
that what you want to say?
So I bought a 7 3/8 Phillies hat. It's too big.
Dan's such a fucking prima donna. Like if my hat kind of fits, like if my hat just kind of fits, I'm good. I don't bitch. Dan has to have it just absolutely.
No, this is an adjustable one. This one's fine, Bubba. I'm just saying I bought a Phillies hat that's like a 7 3/8,
So we know the size.
and I took it home and it's like a little bit big. But Lummy was asking my hat size.
But
didn't know
big's better than tight.
Yeah, that's true.
I hate having a tight fucking
Especially
hat.
when my hair gets poofy. It does sometimes.
Does your hair get ethnic?
Yeah, it's gonna be ethnic when I do Star Spangled Banner.
Well, I know. I mean, I would hope it would be ethnic, and that would be a situation where we would want the ethnicity of your.
My natural ethnicity. Not like I'm trying to change it. Just my hair. What my hair does. You don't like my hair? It's fuck off.
Like,
my
what
hair.
does your hair look like right out of the shower? Like freshly towel dried.
Right. Poofy.
What does it look like?
It's poofy. It gets
For
poofy.
real?
Yeah. I look like Slash from Guns N' Roses.
For real?
Yeah, that's what my hair does. It gets real big. I gotta tame it with the, this is cool. I like it. I like the red, white, and blue. Yeah, that's awesome.
America.
Dan, are you the kind of
America.
guy? Are you the kind of
yeah.
guy that uses like products in his hair?
Yeah, just like you, bitch.
No, but like I don't like use conditioner.
I use Pantene 2-in-1 shampoo conditioner.
Okay.
And then I use a little
So
gel.
that ain't that fancy.
Then I use a little gel. That's it.
Okay, so you're not like like Jimmy Cleavis probably has a
Like
really
3 or 4 steps.
Yeah.
No. Shampoo and then gel on the
2 in
okay.
1, baby.
Winds are blowing it away. There we go.
Hi, Lummy.
Hi, Bubba. We give Melissa Carpenter blackjack money. Uncle Eric, 20 on the cash app.
Thank you, my friend. I'm glad somebody's caring about us because it's slow. Go at least go fucking download the podcast for us if you could,
Who's a
please.
goddamn farmer?
I mean, it's been fucking slow motion.
Oh man. Slow
Let me check
motion
PayPal.
Slow motion.
Still, let me see. Still nothing from PayPal.
I like that.
I'm gonna play my Monopoly
Not
app.
back. Don't know how to act. So motor for me. So motor for me. So motor for me.
Sweet Bill Goldie. What's up, Dr. Dan's Bloomin' Onion Maker? Sunak Doc.
Dr. Dan's Bloomin' Onion Maker. Where's that new? Oh, we got a new parody. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Who wrote it, Danny? Don't let me.
The real John from Naples.
So motion for me.
What time's our guest?
9 o'clock.
Does it mean like more like 9:05 or do it mean be right at 9?
9:05 is fine. He's out west, so he's waking up early for it.
Is Dan familiar with our guest?
Yeah, and so is Jay.
Dan might want to be participating in this.
I'm going to try to, so the earlier to 9, probably the better.
All right, so then I'll get right at 9. Okay? I'll break like at 54.
Okay, I'll let him know.
Yeah,
And then, Macho, as long as I get the Zoom from Macho, I already talked to him.
What?
I already talked. Macho's going to get the Zoom a break before.
Okay,
So
buddy.
you can get it out to him.
Can I know who the guest is or no?
Nope.
Yeah, you can.
Of course she can. Let me tell her who the fucking guest is.
The Q1 Shaman. The horns.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Horned Up Willie.
Horned Up Willie.
It's a good get.
Horned up.
We got the Horned Up Willie, who's, I think, in the middle of the halfway house now because he had to do federal prison time.
Got out early. Mm-hmm. As soon as that video came out, it mysteriously was released like a week later.
How long did he get out?
He was in there for 14 years.
I apologize for interrupting your regular program.
Yo, Power Break. Hello.
Should hit these with everything we got, sir.
Living vicariously through his bizarre world.
Imagine how much protein's in my body.
This is the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today at 9 o'clock, we got Jacob Chansley. He's better known as the Yellowstone Wolf, the QAnon shaman. The QAnon shaman.
How about QAnon?
That's what I meant.
QAnon.
He's the dude. Most of the January 6th rap got put on him. Like, is that kind of a way?
Yeah.
I mean,
a guy that was like literally escorted through the Capitol by security guards the entire time, never raised a finger in aggression, did nothing at all what they described him as doing, and got railroaded in the way he was charged, tried, and sentenced. Unfortunately, like literally the week that they showed the security guards opening the doors for the protesters to peacefully enter the Capitol building,
on Tucker's,
he was released and put into a halfway house, and ultimately, hopefully, will be completely freed, and hopefully
was sentenced to 41 months in federal prison.
So something happened because they make you serve like 87% of your time.
Well, wasn't it the video that was on Tucker's show
I think that made a big difference?
That showed him being escorted, and it wasn't like the big riot deal that they tried to pin on him.
Right.
He got released from the halfway house now last month. Or like,
so he's a free man.
Yes, he's free.
I wonder what he's doing nowadays. Like, is he rallying? Is he rallying?
Face painting, wearing horns.
Raves. He's doing DJing and stuff.
He's DJing.
Yeah, doing raves.
Doing raves, glow sticks.
Mm-hmm.
What is he doing? Like, is he still?
Well, does
he still run QAnon?
He does tweet, and he still tries to promote sort of an inner and outer awareness.
And he has a Rumble channel, 2 Rumble channels. So he does like a little podcast talking about conspiracies and things like that.
But he also has a spiritual element to his shtick.
Right. I mean, it's going to be interesting to talk to him, to say, okay, when they came and got you and they started this whole railroad process, like, did you have to lawyer up? Did they point one to you? And now you're in federal court, and it seems like, man, they fast-tracked this whole thing. Like, usually it takes sometimes a year or so to try something like this, and they fast-tracked you in about 4 months.
Do you know why? Because they held him in solitary confinement without charging him formally. A lot of these people were held without bail and without formal charges for weeks and weeks and weeks. We violated the literally constitutionally protected
right
liberties.
To a speedier trial or something.
They just put people in jail. And they put him in solitary confinement, and they didn't have specific charges, and they just left him there. And so
I wonder
we'll find out more about that.
Like in Quantico, or like, I mean,
no,
I guess,
up in the Northeast.
Like in a prison?
Yeah, no, not a prison, not like Burger King. They were in prison and in solitary confinement and uncharged. A lot of them. He'll talk about it.
Thank you, Dad. We have a new parody, and then we have packages. Anna's wet on the pack.
I am. Can I open some?
Yeah, I'm going to hand the whole box to you.
Yes.
I don't know who they belong to. It just says packages segment. So I have the box here behind me, but I thought I would do the new parody song before that.
Perfect.
This is Dark Match Steve?
No, the real John from Naples.
Oh, the real John from Naples.
This hits his number 8 parody for the year.
This is 8? I thought he was on 5.
Yeah, no, that's Dark Match Steve.
All right, so give me
John is ahead of Dark Match.
Give me the inventory. Let me.
Dark Match Steve. His number has 5. The real John from Naples. So this one is at 8, and the Carlos Mandingo is currently at 4.
Where's Jay parody?
Yeah.
Your brother, like, oh my God, I need him so bad. And some stuff I got going on.
When Jay had passed the bar,
His plan went into action. His brother Dan became the Iraq man with Guido satisfaction. But Jay don't play a...
His brother became the Iraq man with Guido satisfaction. Oh, your brother, like, oh my God, I need him so bad. I should have paused it. Okay, we're gonna start it again. Some stuff I got going on.
When Jay had passed the bar, his plan went into action. His brother Dan became the Iraq man with Guido satisfaction. But Jay don't play around. With co-eds trying to get shifty, he planned to head surfs up instead with Costa Rican Pete. Cartels are his clientele. When he needs cover for Thanksgiving, instead of dealing with Dan or all the family drama, he's hanging, pen, and fishing. He don't get good cell service. Even when you need to reach him, whatever's going down, he's going underground because Jay's in Costa Rica.
That's a shoot, is it not?
Yeah.
Dan, for Thanksgiving, you need to play this for the entire family.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a song that's going to explain where Jay is right now. Jay's nighttime TT Night concoction has been approved by Dan.
Yes.
It's going to be interesting to see if it works.
Jay's in Costa Rica.
Dan, when the is Jay coming back? As we said, I don't know. It's his life vacation.
His legs are always restless. He's craving for some sleep. He's hoping Bubba's TT Night can finally knock him off his feet.
Which failed miserably.
Yeah. He can tear his pectoralis or even lacerate his calf, but he'd rather be dead hanging 10 instead to avoid Antina's wrath.
I got Antina in there. Man, this is pretty in depth.
I can't believe she made a song.
Oh my God! Now, would this be something that you could share with Aunt Tina, or would she not take it the right way?
She'd laugh. She thought
you're like,
it was
hey,
funny.
listen, but if Jay's going up there next, and if he sees Aunt Tina, he
should
says,
play this for her.
But would he like frame it? Hey, Aunt Tina, Dan and I do a radio show with Bubba, and they have these parodies that they write, and it's usually making fun of the guys and things like that. And they're kind of making fun of me on going on vacation a lot, and they worked you into it. Do you want it? Would she
It's from last summer when they got in a fight.
Would she be okay?
Yeah, she'd be fine.
How about Arlene?
She loved it. The Arlene song?
Yeah.
She loved that song.
Tried to get him to go see Taylor Swift. He got him box seats and then he hit the beach because he did not want to go with them.
It's true.
While Danny's in New Jersey and he's flipping Italian pizzas, Jay's point breaking on another vacation because he's in Costa Rica.
That's true. Jay has been gone. Jay, how much more vacation do you need, buddy?
A lot.
The jury verdict says.
Oh my God, that's great.
That's awesome.
Isn't that awesome?
Yes, good job.
I think he's gonna like it. All right, so Anna, come up here.
Yep.
Now I think right on top it says for Bubba. So should I just take? Formatically, am I supposed to let you take this back, then bring this back to me, or should I just take what's been said for me?
Take that one.
Okay. Now I don't know what. This could be all for me, but you go through it, and how disappointed are you going to be if it's all for me?
A little.
Okay. I hope it's all for me.
Meanwhile, that song was great, and he incorporated stuff from like yesterday. Into
I know.
I mean,
all right. So I got a Western survival beef jerky. Our gourmet beef jerky recipe. All right, so somebody gave me. They know I like beef jerky, so I got some.
It's not like you have to make it, right? It's made.
Yeah, it's made.
Oh, okay. I hear some directions
and
how to make
try
it. Beef jerky.
And I'll try it. Oh, by the way, there's some new pictures that I had uploaded on my back of my TV, and if you'd like to get some of your pictures up. Of your dog in their harness, or you just with your Bubba Army sticker or whatever, send us to what is it? Let me show at thebubbaarmy.com.
Yes, it is. Mitchell Serini, 30 on the Venmo.
3X.
So it really wasn't 4 packages. It was just all for me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, is that bad? Is that cool?
Do you hear the sadness in her voice?
Yeah.
It's just a lot of sadness.
Well,
in her voice.
when you send me stuff. Guys, say for Bubba. Don't
then
say
this happens.
Yeah, don't say 4 packages.
Or you could say send Bubba stuff and put for Anna, so she thinks it's for her. Gets all excited and it's all 3X.
Dan.
What?
Let me give him a minus.
Oh come on!
Dr. Dan. You're trying to cause her to.
She likes opening it still.
No, she doesn't really like opening it if nothing's in it for her. Thank you very much.
Well, I had a nice little package. Thank you to the Tampa Tarpons for the hat and the cool shirt.
Should I look at my shirts here?
Yeah, I got a
video surveillance and security. Okay, I like that. Thank you. I'll wear that one day.
R.I.P.
I probably won't wear the white one. I don't look good in white, guys. So please know that I prefer black. Black makes fat guys look thinner.
And he also has a nipple situation.
Yeah, that's true.
Nipples. Right, and white
is not favorable to nipple situations.
That's cool.
I'm fat.
That's from Pat.
And hold on. I'm fat and I have a nipple situation, and
Yes.
white is not good.
No, not your friend.
For nipple situations.
No.
And Anna, everybody got something except you.
Wait, what?
Everybody.
I think you did, Rose.
Everybody got something except you.
Red didn't get nothing. I didn't get nothing.
Wow, I'm talking about people, the big stars.
I got Dan's
He's
old
talking about people that
headphones.
matter, Macho Man.
Oh, okay.
And
talking about people, on this side of the glass.
Yeah.
There's two
Andy,
worlds.
what are you talking about, Andy? You get the same package that Dr. Dan did
What do you
from
mean?
the Turpins. Because Andy wasn't at the game. Andy wasn't at the game.
Yeah, Andy, you got a Tarpons package, so shut up.
I got a Tarpons package.
Macho Man. And that's right, Anna, you got a Tarpons package. And
Did Red? So did Red did. Yeah.
So everybody got something.
Yeah.
And then
We're
I just got a little 3X here from the security place. Okay, big deal. Everybody got something.
Yeah.
Everybody chills out. What's up with the Justin Trudeau deal? Don't you think we should just invade? Don't you think we should invade Canada?
What?
100%.
How did we?
100%. Take their oil.
Because he is being a pussy.
Yep.
He is being a big pussy. He is making Canada like the most woke place in the world. He's making and everybody. And let's not forget this. I couldn't say this on somebody that was popular, but everybody that I know in Canada hates him.
Yep.
When he goes to public appearances, he gets booed.
Mm-hmm.
He's really, really getting stiff with all these LGBTQ curricula.
It's very draconian during the COVID times.
Do they ever
Toronto
have
was locked down until like last week?
Do they ever have elections where somebody can go against him, or is he like a dictator?
I don't think he's a dictator.
Well, he acts like a dictator, and so he has given himself more power than previous prime ministers. He has been very repressive to anyone that has a counter narrative. I'm all for invading Canada.
Yeah,
I think we should take the resources from Ukraine. We're not getting anything out of Ukraine. We should put $100 billion into invading and taking over Canada.
Yeah.
They have amazing natural resources. They have really pretty girls. And so let's take, and they're clean. It's a clean country.
If I'm the president and you're my secretary and you're on my cabinet, and I go, hey, listen, our first order of business, now that I gather you guys all around, and it's my first day of president, is I'd like to start planning on invading Canada.
Absolutely, 100%.
Perfect.
We are going in and we are taking
Dan,
over
will you get
Canada.
a hold of the military guys and then get back to me in a couple of weeks? Let me know how we can do this.
And we can do it with squirt guns because they're such pusses.
Something else they've implemented lately.
Just a fire hose.
They've done it on social media, specifically on Instagram. They are just straight up like blocking pages from being seen if they don't follow that narrative. That
So they're trying to say now, Rhett, in order for that to happen, do they have to have like a Canadian screening person or algorithm, or that go ahead, like if Instagram which is American based or wherever, is now being broadcast, or somebody's watching it from Canada, it knows that from geo-targeting knows that it's in Canada, and then somebody in Canada has pre-screened it in order for you to be able to watch it?
It could just be an automated deal. Like, it's attached to accounts. So there's a couple accounts that I follow that have been posting on their story. They got a notice from Instagram that says people in Canada cannot see your content, even if they follow you. Like, they straight up just take it off of Instagram.
I've gotten some things on Facebook, and I think we've gotten some things on YouTube, Brett, where sometimes it'll say people in certain countries are not allowed to, cannot view your content. That's
usually like a video by video case, and more than likely it's just copyrighted music deal.
And it looks like the last vote, he lost the popular vote, but he won all the seats. And that's how, I guess, Canada works.
Prime Minister Jack Trudeau blamed the American right wing for Canadian Muslims' opposition to his gender ideology and the LGBTQ curriculum. in K through 12 education. So now he's trying to have LGBTQ curriculum taught to kindergartners through 12th graders. That's his rule.
And the
So the thing is, we have to tolerate his rules, but he won't tolerate anyone else's rules. That's the whole hypocrisy of his position. Is it like, listen, we have to tolerate these people, but what if we disagree? No, I don't tolerate you. If you disagree with what I say, I don't tolerate you. You become the enemy. And so what Tucker was saying earlier today was that if you agree to play by their BS rules, you never win the argument. So now we talk about religious freedom, and Muslims are really against the LGBTQ narrative. And it's, you know what? That's their right. It's their religion. It's their prerogative.
It's their freedom.
It's their
freedom of religion.
They should be able to voice their opinion and establish their principles,
especially
if it's not hurting.
if it's based on religion.
If they have a 1,000-year-old religion,
right? A 1,000-year-old religion that's well documented.
A third of the world is.
It's not like they just whipped this rule up. This is very instrumentally one of their big rules, and they oppose the LGBTQ thing.
And it used to be a paradigm of the Catholic religion, but Pope Francis has decided to just cave in and say it's okay to deny 2,000 years of religious teaching, because this week it's just the popular narrative. He's like a pop culture pope. He's a douchebag. Sorry, Pope.
The video of Trudeau speaking at a Muslim community last week after hundreds of protesters rallied against gender ideology in schools, saying, "Leave our kids alone." The frustration reached a boiling point after audio surfaced of an Edmonton public school teacher berating Muslim students for skipping school in order to avoid pride events.
They're not even doing anything. They're just not coming to school that day. That's fine.
Right. Listen, here's the deal. If I'm teaching, here's the rule. If you as a parent, here's the curriculum. I don't even necessarily agree with the curriculum. I don't agree with teaching this in K through 12. I do not. But if he's shoved it down the throats and they're going to teach it, then I as a parent should have the ability not to make my kid go to school on those days, and not be punished. And especially if it's for religious reasons, if it's it's not so that you and him can go. Hell, I don't care if it is so that you and him can go fishing. If you don't want your kid being taught that stuff, then don't let him go. And you know what? He shouldn't be marked absent or a day against him if it's about that curriculum. That makes everything.
There's nothing to do with math, English, social studies. Now they're talking, or geography or physics. Has nothing to do with that. We're talking about social issues that some schools are deciding to promote, and they're doing it disproportionately. It's not appropriate to be forced to have a or a narrative that your religious teachings for 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 years, if you're Jewish, say against. And so we talk about religious freedom. It's not it's religions. It's freedom from being mandated to have a certain belief. It's not freedom from hearing about religion. I can hear about it, but I shouldn't be mandated to have a belief. And the other thing is, I have two intersexual relatives. And intersexual relatives. They're intersex. There's a difference between transgender and intersex.
So hold on. You're gonna this is the first that I'm hearing of this.
Okay.
And I don't know what it is.
Okay, we talked about it. Intersex are people that.
No, we have not.
It was like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's on pills.
Dan, you have.
He's on pills.
Okay.
Bubba's on pills.
I'm sponsored by Big Pharma. Okay. On the ups, I'm legally. I got my papers. I'm legally sponsored by Big Pharma. Now, Dan, we spoke of you having two relatives that are intersexual.
Right.
And what does that mean?
That means that's a true ambiguity of what their sex is, not their gender identity, what their sex is. They're phenotypically female, genotypically male. They did not develop male organs. They only developed the female organs. They had undescended testes. These people are the people that the LGBTQ group has hijacked the narrative from, and they're distorting and blending inappropriately the transgender clowns that go out with breasts the size of bowling balls and lipstick from ear to ear and giant wigs and doing disgusting things with children, twerking and doing transgender story times with people that really have intersexual issues. And the blurring of that distinction is what disgusts me.
You're saying that there are people with legitimate issues that are born a certain way, and they are blurring the lines of the people that are born a certain way compared with little Johnny who just wants to be a girl.
And they just have a psychological issue that's being now promoted instead of corrected.
Separate issues.
Yes, they are separate issues, but it's been distorted and blurred together. And I feel badly for those people that have real intersexual issues and are now being just lumped together with these clowns that, like the nuns that went to San Diego for the baseball game.
Jay's here. It was L.A.
L.A. for the baseball game.
His couch mic's on.
It's disgusting.
Hi, Jay.
Good morning.
Have you heard your new parody?
I have not.
Oh, you didn't?
You've
no.
not?
No, I didn't.
Where have you been?
Like, do you listen to the show on the way in?
Candle left last night, and I'm in charge of everything.
Hold
okay?
on.
But you drove
Hold
here.
on.
I'm in charge of everything. I was literally, my dog's freaking out in the cage.
Hold on, Jay. You're my attorney. I would hope that you'd be a little more responsible and that you would at least listen to the show on the way in.
I did, and I stopped to look at the dog camera because my dog's freaking out in the crate. So literally, I just got off the camera 2 times, and my son's in the cage because my dog is not crate trained yet.
That's what the song's about.
So I was in the car listening.
He's like, Red, you should maybe bring him in, keep him in an
So
arm.
you got a new dog,
right?
And you're coddling the hell out of it to the point where you are not listening to the show. You're instead watching the blink camera of your dog inside of his cage to make sure that he's okay. Well, I'm just saying you're Arloing it when you should be 820 in it, bitch.
I was, and I actually stopped to 820 to
No,
Arlo.
you did it because if you would have heard this song about you, you would have been walking in here with a pep on your step in the bestest mood ever. It is such a kick-ass song.
Oh man!
And I mean, and guess what, Jay? You do suck.
What?
Very
Is that
rarely.
a negative?
Very rarely.
Yeah.
I'm
-1.
Give him 2 minus 2.
Oh no, Bubba's standing.
2 minus 2.
How does that happen?
We've never done a parody
It was an awesome
for him.
song for you, Jay.
And it was
I want to
the
hear it,
best.
please.
No, you can't. You can't hear it now.
Man, I'm gonna rewind it. Listen.
No more airplay. Break it.
Man. I mean, at AM 820, I mean...
I was listening to it on Rumble. Here's what I was doing. I was trying to listen to it on Rumble. At the same time, I went to the video, and you can't do both at the same time. It only allows you to do one video at a time.
The poor guy's only been...
What about your
I've never had a parody song ever, and I missed it. I can't believe it.
Ever would you think that Jay...
Thanks, Candle.
Would get a parody song. Not only is a parody song good, Jay, but it's probably like maybe a top 10 of all time.
Yeah, it's a great one, Jay.
Really
hold
awesome.
on, I'll tell you how good it is.
Please let me hear it.
No, hold on. I'll tell you how good it is, and it even somehow shoestrings in your heat with Aunt Tina.
No.
Yeah.
And talks about stuff as recently as yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Who did it?
Uptown.
Oh man, come on, guys.
I ain't saying nothing.
Please.
I'm gonna go into I'm gonna go into words.
So strong.
I'm gonna go into words, and then I'm gonna play Jay's song on the way out.
God, you're soft, Bubba, man.
No, I'm not soft.
Dan. You hear that? You're kidding, soft. He's trying to cut my legs off.
Your restless legs.
Dan.
Jay, this is
His restless legs are trying to get cut off.
I'm limping over here.
Jay, I am disappointed, and you didn't hear it real time.
Do I not have a decent excuse?
Yeah, no, not really. But anyway,
the new gentler Bubba.
But we will play it next, and you're going to freak out. You're gonna listen. You know what you're gonna do? You're gonna pull a Dan move, and this is very rare for you, because you're not nearly as narcissistic as Dan is.
Nope.
But
he's not
there's a tad. Listen, in order to be as successful as you two have become, you have to be a little narcissistic.
Just
okay?
a touch. Just a touch.
Now Dan is a 10, and Jay is more like a 6. But
not closet 10, but outward.
Oh
public
no,
6.
you're a 10, bitch. And if I could be 11, I'd be an 11. There's no closeting. There's no closeting of your narcissism. No, there's nothing you're closeted about. You want the whole world to know everything they can. I'm rich. I got a big penis. I drive a Ferrari. Plural. I got a Miami Shovite show car. I'm the oldest. If push comes to shove, I can always get my way if I have to.
I can make you jet ski from across the room.
I am now that Daddy Joe is gone, I am the kind of the male patriarch of the family. Of course, we still have Mama, but you are the patriarch nonetheless. Oh, my first one of the day. And, so with that, it's a certain amount of swag and narcissism. But Jay is kind of more like I'm equally, if not more successful, more laid back, a little bit less flashy.
Skinnier and handsomer.
Probably have, and at the end of the day, I don't mean to bring a sore subject up, but probably has more money than you do.
He probably does.
I'm just saying. He's loaded. I mean, he is loaded.
I mean, would that have been a hard bet?
Well, no, but I'm just saying, don't make it worse. So that guy, he know what he's going to say? He's going to get a hold of Red or Macho Man and say, hey, can I get a copy of that? That's what Dan does. Dan has to have copies of all of his new songs.
Most of them.
And Jay regularly probably wouldn't really care. But Jay, it's so good that you're going to want to take it to Atlantic City because you're going to want Aunt Tina to hear it.
I can't
wait.
And
certainly Arlene as well.
I can't wait.
We'll play it next. Okay?
I got my free speech ears on, good buddy. We got Bubba the Love Sponge show coming up here straight ahead.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Buddy in here, we looked up there's literally Jay gets fired. I don't know how whoever put the little clever line.
Yeah.
My son was able to find that clip, and they just kept I was going to let the dog out, and they were following me. I'm like, I don't want to fucking hear it. So stop it.
Oh my God.
So they were literally harassing me with the mic cock yesterday.
That's so funny.
That was unreal. Are you staying? You're staying until 9, right? You gotta go.
I'm gonna stay. Yeah, I'm staying.
Yeah, okay.
For our guest.
Yeah. Do you know who our guest is, Jack?
I do. I looked up some stuff last night on Jacob.
I thought you'd finish being with your lawyer.
Jay knows everything.
Yeah, I watched the clip with the lawyer. I understand the whole rules of disclosure, exculpatory evidence, the whole deal. I mean, he pled guilty when they didn't have any of this evidence.
Wasn't it when he was in solitary?
He was solitary confinement for a long time, and I mean, for things that they're letting murderers out. This guy walked through the Capitol.
Mach, what are you doing? Oh, we're getting Zoom? Not yet, though.
Yeah, we're going to get a link.
More than I think.
Oh, okay.
We did it last time. It worked okay.
Because most people don't have the resources to fight.
We can break it. That's right.
Because even when you fight, it costs, at a minimum with the DUI is 10 grand. Imagine this. It's got to be 100 grand, 200 grand.
Guilty, right?
They pled guilty quick.
Oh, yeah, because I couldn't afford that.
He couldn't. And the lawyer was on Tucker about 3 months ago, and he said, if we had known that, we would have never, ever allowed him to plead guilty. And so right now, I think he's trying to reverse the guilty plea or reverse the confession so that there's nothing on his record at all.
Can he sue the government?
He probably can. Whether or not it's payable or not, sovereign immunity it kicks in. But the government just paid a huge sexual harassment thing in the military. So if you have the right case that gets it just depends.
I know he says he regrets obviously pleading guilty now, but
yeah,
that's what came out yesterday. Can't imagine being solitary confinement for.
I would wonder what that would be like. I remember just COVID. I felt like I was going insane, and I was in my house with my family. Could you imagine 23 hours solitary, Bubba? You?
No, I'd kill myself.
Yeah, I'd go crazy.
No phone?
No, nothing. The guards fucking with you. 1 hour to do something. That's cruel and unusual punishment. When I was a young kid, I didn't think so, but that's cruel.
We need to put this back in
Did you ever rush fraternity, Lummy?
Yeah.
So you know what sleep deprivation does to you.
I rushed.
You can make people believe anything with sleep deprivation and hard, that's what the whole week's all about.
It's 23 hours of work.
Yeah, so we were saying how solitary confinement, Danny, is is really cool and unusual punishment. 23 hours, how many days would it take for you to go insane?
It wouldn't take long.
Would not.
I started off this morning insane. Just.
Hold on, Dan's starting point is insane. And he has to fucking adjust.
8 hours.
Dan starts insane, and then what event happens when he gets to work? How he gets to work? What type of fuckery is going on? Adjust the.
Oh my God.
I just adjust the reality of the world around me to just suit my needs.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, around your insaneness.
Right, exactly.
You just manage it.
Right.
Like me, I'm insane.
Everyone is a varying degree of insane.
Yeah, just some people are easier to manage than others. Want me to get rid of this?
Oh, thank you, Danny. I didn't expect you to act like you're being my fucking personal chef.
No, it just looked like it was gross.
Jay, wait till you hear your fucking song.
I can't wait.
I hate looking at food after I'm done with it.
You hate what?
Looking at a plate after I'm done with it.
Me too.
Yeah.
Get rid of it.
I'm telling you, man, one of these days, we need to plan like a Bubba, Jay, Danny, Jimmy, Steve, if Crystal will let him.
She has surgery today.
Huh?
She's having surgery today.
Steven is?
So she has hand surgery, serious.
I was
a few hours, 3 hours.
Thumb deal.
I was just saying, we all should get a bus and just go out one night, like hit a nice dinner and then go to the dollhouse for a few
throw in
hours.
Rob Elder. Let's just use his van.
He's got the van.
He's got the van.
That's included.
And he's dying to have a night like that. By the way,
he's getting over.
Oh yeah, our buddies.
yeah.
And he's not.
Let's take him out.
Let's take a night like that. Let's take him out. Let's do a Rob Elder. Let's do it. That'll be the occasion.
But I'll call.
We're doing it for Rob.
We'll call Rob Elder. The Rob Elder party.
Yeah.
Hold on. The Rob Elder pick me up.
That's right.
Exactly.
And I'll call Billy from Dollhouse. Had the corner thing reserved for us.
We gotta ask Tanya if Jimmy can come out.
We got. No, I think Jimmy can come out. I think Jimmy can come
Pretty
out.
much when he says.
It's what. Yeah, I guess whenever he wants to do anything, he can do it.
Yeah,
He's got it thick and he's Greek, so it's pretty much what he says.
Yeah. She'll get fucking clubbed like a seal if she says no.
Yeah.
He made her to where she's Greek now, you know.
Oh, does he mean?
That means she's got to live.
Jimmy's never on the side of compromise. It's not Tanya wanted this thing and Jimmy decided he'd be cool with it. It's no motherfucker. Jimmy says it's this way.
Right, exactly.
My way or highway.
Yeah, exactly. Jimmy's way or exactly or no way.
Yeah. I mean, you know. And Jimmy's not usually a real over the top.
He's not real assertive about it, but he wins.
Jimmy's a cool dude about it. You know, Jimmy isn't like, you know.
And he's not that guy in the bar that picks a fight, but he'll finish it.
Oh no, he won't fight at all. But he will fight if he needs to.
Yeah.
But he's not going to start it
either. He's another one of those guys that you do not.
I've actually seen Jimmy a couple times at a couple of my different clubs. Tell the guy, listen, bud, you just really don't want. You just need to chill out, buddy. Because if we take this outside, it's just going to be bad. So just chill out, bud. Really, serious. And the guy that you can almost talk a guy out of a fight if you get real calm with him.
Let's get down to business.
If you were locked away in an insane asylum,
Maybe it's time you let me get on with my job.
this is what it would sound like.
I don't think that Americans would find that funny.
No, it is not a joke.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I need him so bad. There's some stuff I got going on.
When Jay had passed the bar, his plan went into action. His brother Dan became the Iraq man with pseudo satisfaction. But Jay don't play around with co-eds trying to get shifty.
Mics
he
are
planned
up.
ahead, surfs up instead with Costa Rican heat. Cartels are his clientele. When he needs cover for Thanksgiving, instead of dealing with Dan or all the family drama, he's hanging 10 and fishing. He don't get good cell service. Even when you need to reach him, whatever's going down, he's going underground because Jay's in Costa Rica.
Nighttime TT99 concoction has been approved by Dan. Yes. It's going to be interesting to see if it works.
Jay's in Costa Rica.
Dan, when the is Jay coming back? As we said, I don't know. It's his life vacation.
His legs are always restless. He's craving for some sleep. He's hoping Bubba's TT Night can finally knock him off his feet. He can tear his pectoralis or even lacerate his calf, but he'd rather be dead hanging 10 instead to avoid Antina's wrath. His family tried to get him to go see Taylor.
Did you hear that?
Unbelievable. This is awesome.
Oh, your brother. Like,
I need a cut of this immediately, please.
Oh, damn it. Now I got to start it again, Anna. I'm so sorry. I got going on.
When Jay had passed the bar, his plan went into action. His brother Dan became the Iraq man with pseudo satisfaction. But Jay don't play around with co-eds trying to get shifty. He planned ahead, surfs up instead with Costa Rican heat. Cartels are his clientele. When he needs cover for Thanksgiving, instead of dealing with Dan or all the family drama, he's hanging, pen, and fishing. He don't get good cell service. Even when you need to reach him, whatever's going down, he's going underground because Jay's in Costa Rica.
Jay's nighttime TT99 concoction has been approved by Dan.
Yes.
It's going to be interesting to see if it works.
Jay's in Costa Rica.
Dan, when the is Jay coming back? He said, I don't know. It's his life vacation.
His legs are always restless. He's craving for some sleep. He's hoping Bubba's TT Night can finally knock him off his feet. He can tear his pectoralis or even lacerate his calf, but he'd rather be dead hanging 10 instead to avoid Antina's wrath. His family tried to get him to go see Taylor Swift. He got him box seats and then he hit the beach because he did not want to go with them.
True
While
story.
Danny's in New Jersey and he's flipping Italian pizzas, Jay's point breaking on another vacation because he's in Costa Rica.
That's true. Jay has been gone.
Unreal.
Come on, are you up in here? Jay, how much more vacation
Jay's in Costa Rica.
A lot.
The jury verdict says not guilty.
Is that the best?
Unreal. Even to add Ober in at the end.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. They
Don't you
didn't miss
wish
a
you
thing.
wouldn't have been looking at that stupid-ass dog and hearing it over the radio as it was happening?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
I would have
my.
rather heard that live. And so who did that one?
That
The
was
real John from Naples.
A real John from Naples.
He knows everything to the pectoralis tear. That is hilarious.
Oh, yeah, to the calf deal,
Oh,
to
my God.
to getting Aunt Tina incorporated in there.
That was really funny.
Isn't that
really
awesome?
funny. Yes, thank you. That's hilarious.
I thought we would arm yourself with that as you headed to the coast and maybe let Aunt Tina hear it.
That's hilarious.
Say she made one of the. You know who's going to like it more is Arlene. She's going to love it.
She will.
I can't believe
You know
you
who
didn't
doesn't
hear it.
like
I
it?
can't believe
Dan.
you didn't hear. No, I like it. I thought it was great.
I'm
I
just
I can't believe you didn't hear it on the way in.
I wish I really had
just
live.
obviously
Yeah.
I just
Dan's really taken aback
flabbergasted.
by that. Dan's just really insulted by that, aren't you, Dan?
Yeah,
We
I
put
am.
Let me. What did you send me? This is AOC. That's
or Anna Palunalina.
right.
APL.
Well, she just looked really stupid because her speech.
Oh, she's going to look. You know what? I got something brewing that she's going to even look more stupid on. I
Oh,
just can't, I
yeah?
just
What do
can't-
you know?
Can't talk about it.
Before this, she was doing pretty good
She
on
was,
Congress.
and she has a big
Dan and I
head
were
on
just
little
saying.
shoulders and a little neck. Looks
She's
like she's like
pregnant.
Oh, is that what it is?
Is she pregnant?
Yes.
Oh,
she'll have a
man.
baby
Dan,
next
take all
month.
that back.
I'm not
No,
taking
but
any of it
I'm not
back.
taking it back because you shouldn't be. We figured out she conceived literally a week after she was elected.
Kind of
so
irresponsible.
that's kind of irresponsible. You're getting ready
Right.
to go beat.
And that's
do
going
it.
to take like maternity time off.
Right.
Right.
Is it really?
You got
Yeah.
you only get a 2-year term anyway, and you're going to take all this maternity time off. And again, we figured out the conception was after the election.
Well, let's
that
see.
to me is not
It is.
cool.
Let's see if she takes a full
Victory
3
night.
months. Maybe she
will
doesn't.
show you exactly who they are under pressure. And when you had candidates not able to face Tucker Carlson, that was a great debate, by the way, if you guys didn't see it. Do you think that they have any business sitting in the Oval Office?
Is she taking a swipe at Trump?
But she's an idiot.
no.
She's taking a
not
swipe
trying.
at everyone that
but
floundered.
Trump.
She's taking
No,
a
no.
swipe at people that floundered in front of Tucker.
No,
Dan. No, she's
You're
not,
wrong on
Dan.
this one.
Dan.
She was trying to cut down DeSantis, saying, but DeSantis actually talked to Tucker.
Right.
The only one that didn't was Donald Trump.
Right, but hold on. You
She's-
guys just told me
yeah.
earlier the only candidate that did not speak to Tucker was Donald Trump.
That is correct.
So
Right.
if you know that information
Right.
and you're listening to this speech, wouldn't you interpret that she's talking smack about? In fact, I mean, just straight factually,
And if you listen to the
because
crowd-
she doesn't know her facts,
Yep.
she's speaking about Donald Trump.
And if
there
you-
was only one person
Yeah.
that didn't meet with Tucker Carlson.
And if you listen to the crowd, they're like, whoa. And
They
then
boo
she's
her?
just reading the whole time. She's literally, watch her eyes. She reads off the...
So some
prompter.
stupid ass, one of her assistants,
One of her
or
handlers.
one of her pages or whatever handlers, got some bad information, and she thought it was what DeSantis
Yes.
who didn't meet with him.
It's funny because she says, like, you guys should watch it, by the way.
Yeah,
as
here
if
we go.
saying she watched
Yeah,
it.
yeah, so obviously
She
she didn't
didn't.
watch it.
Yeah.
This just shows you how bad and stupid she really is.
People will show you exactly who they are under pressure. And when you had candidates not able to face Tucker Carlson, that was a great debate, by the way, if you guys didn't see it.
So, which shows you how much of a BSer
No,
she
she's
is.
not saying
what
that. You
she's
guys are
trying-
misunderstanding her.
The
I
crowd,
did-
the
I
crowd
did the whole
misread
thing.
her.
I didn't
Everyone's
hear the whole
misunderstanding her when she's saying people are not able to face Tucker Carlson, meaning while they're in front of him,
Meaning
they're
Mike Pence.
floundering. Right. She's talking about people like Mike Pence that weren't able to
And
really
A.C.
articulately
Hutchinson.
Oh, well, I mean,
answer questions. She's not saying.
You might want to finish the rest of it because
Hold on, Dan. Shut up, Dan. Dan, shut up.
I'm not talking.
You were.
Because you're wrong.
Candidates not able to face Tucker Carlson. That was a great debate, by the way, if you guys didn't see it. Do you think that they have any business sitting in the Oval Office? Do you think they would be able to stand up to the United Nations? What about the World Health Organization? How about the CDC? People will show you.
Again.
Trump stood up to all those organizations.
She's not talking about Trump not being there. She's talking about the people. She says, "Did you see it?
Dan.
Did you see the interviews of these candidates, these 1%ers that floundered in front of Tucker's questioning?" That's what she's referring to.
Are you yelling at Bubba?
No, I'm not saying. I'm just saying that's
Are
my
you
point.
yelling?
Bubba, was that the
Bubba,
whole
I think
clip?
he's yelling at
I'm
you.
not yelling at you, Bubba.
Was that the whole clip?
That was the whole clip.
That's what she said.
I think Dan's right.
She said, "Did you see it?"
Big oof, sweetie. This didn't land the way you intended. My goodness.
Who
Trump
said that?
didn't have the courage to face Tucker. Trump
I don't
allowed
think
the
that's what she
CDC and the WHO to trample over civil liberties and freedoms. Edit out for clarification. She ironically ended the statement with that. Hold on. With that's why we need Donald Trump back in the White House.
Exactly, because she's saying that these people that did face Tucker floundered when they were put under pressure and asked a real question, a big boy question they couldn't answer.
I think she could have worded it.
It was terribly worded.
To leave no wiggle room for people's interpretation.
Because they
By
love
the
to
way,
misinterpret.
well, no, she factually.
There was some confusion.
This
but
is very
I think Dan is
confusing.
right.
But in context, Bubba, she's been a Trump loyalist from
well,
day one.
But that's why people
She's
say she
never
looks stupid.
spoken a cross word about him.
That's why people are
But Jay,
freaking
hold on.
out.
She's in Florida
Jay, hold on, Jay.
talking
So
to young kids.
She deleted her tweet and then changed what she meant. She said that they couldn't handle the tough questions, but she didn't say that, and she looks stupid. That's
It was
the
a
whole
bad.
thing.
I agree. It was
She doesn't
poorly
look
worded.
stupid. I hate her. I don't like her, and I don't think she looks stupid. I think you guys all just misinterpreted what she was trying to say.
No, you're calling us stupid instead.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're
Exactly.
stupid
You're taking
either.
her side.
And he's yelling at you.
I'm telling you, the average American interprets it the way the way it was presented in that manner was that Donald Trump is the person that she's talking about. She's so stupid that I interpret that she's so stupid that I know she would never besmirch the great Donald Trump, but she's statistically giving me information that Donald Trump did.
Except that she says, "Did you see it?" You wouldn't have seen it, something that didn't happen. She was referring to the interviews that did happen and how people like Pence looked like a fool in front of Tucker.
And that he could not stand up to the WHO.
Because he's
and
a
all
little
the-
bitch, just like everyone else running.
And she even said something along the lines of like when they like crack under pressure.
Right.
So she's making a comment on the people that were asked questions and they weren't able to answer.
Right.
properly.
The people, did you see the interviews, the Tucker interviews? Because he so brilliantly exposed the weaknesses of 4 or 5 of the candidates. I think he did a great job showing how weak people like Pence are. And she was just trying to allude to that.
She could have worded it a lot different because a lot of people are against her now.
All right. Well, yeah. So what you were?
They love to put words in people's mouths and misinterpret purposefully.
She's pregnant. She's pregnant brain.
Can't believe it. She shouldn't be pregnant.
Is that a thing?
It is. My wife it was.
I heard it with
Pregnant brain?
from
Yeah.
many
Momnesia.
women. Yeah, where they just like forget stuff.
Well,
or-
no, it's because they're up 20 hours a day when their kids are like 6 months old, so they may forget little details.
Hers is in her belly. Do they change while they're baking while the kid's baking?
The
in the
nicest
oven?
my wife ever was when she's pregnant.
Really?
Yeah.
Dan, how about your two?
I avoided her.
He wouldn't know, Bubba. He wouldn't know.
We will have our guest, Jacob Chansley. He's better known as a bunch of different things, but he's I guess in a lame kind of the January 6th guy, right?
QAnon shaman.
Yeah, the QAnon shaman, but he's also he's the one that got most heavily charged. Is he?
He
is
was
he
like
not?
the face of the
he was
whole
kind of the
January
face of
6th.
January 6th. I
Yeah.
think he's the one that got the most
heat.
They really screwed with him. We're going to have him on next. He's going to tell us. I have all kinds of questions. Jay, I know you and Dan do as well. We'll do Jacob next.
Your modern-day redneck solution to old-fashioned government-controlled radio.
Diabolic mind control.
Is Bubba the Love Sponge.
She read it the whole time, and she's like,
She wasn't as charismatic as she normally is when she's doing
well,
like
she's
that.
pregnant, Brady. Anna said it.
Well, Dan, you know the
It's
difference
literally
is she
a
goes up there
2-second clip,
with
like, it's
notes,
hard to tell.
and Tucker spoke for 45 minutes with no
Not
notes.
comparing her to Tucker.
Do you see any of Tucker? I know that. That's what that's
Well,
the
maybe
thing.
you listen to the show, you know that we did. Sorry, don't be mad at me.
You watched
Don't be
about
mad
20
at me.
minutes of it.
Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad. Don't be mad.
This transition
Be mad at
here
me.
is taking away his 30.
What I'm doing is comparing her to him.
Yeah.
And that's what everyone in the audience was doing. Because you had her go up against Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, and Trump. 3 of the most magnanimous people in the world. And then put her up there. Good luck.
Well, there's lots of
You know, Dan, would you want to go after
She was
Trump?
dwarfed. I wouldn't want to go after Trump. I
Would you want to lead him in?
warm up into Trump.
It's going to be hard. His
I can
Trump's
swap the
son's pretty
audience
good
for
at
Trump.
it. You ever listen to his warm-up speeches?
Who?
Trump Jr.
Oh.
Any warm-up
I
speech
can
to
outdo
Trump
Trump
sucks.
Jr. I just can't do Trump.
Yeah.
Way better than Trump Jr.
I heard Megyn Kelly got a huge pop.
She should. She's hot as fuck.
And she's out there saying some pretty interesting things these days. Unfiltered. She'll drop the F-bomb every now and then.
I know that's hot.
It is.
It is.
It's kind of hot.
Oh, wow.
It is.
When a hot news anchor.
It's kind of seeing her unfiltered now, and like what she really
Megan's
thinks is
biggest
awesome.
fan.
I've always had a thing for Megyn Kelly.
I don't even
Always.
like
Yeah,
mom.
you have. Yeah, you've always been a fan.
Always
Stop.
like her and Contessa Brewer, but Contessa's getting a little long in the
Who's
tooth.
Contessa?
I want to talk to Mr. Used to be
I really like Megyn Kelly because she's an attorney and she's super smart and she breaks down things analytically and factually.
And
And she's
hot.
My
pretty.
headphones
And
are
she's hot.
Yeah, she's a babe.
Yeah, that's perfect.
She's a baby.
It's hot in here, isn't it?
So take off all your clothes.
Hey Jacob, can you hear
She
me?
was talking about turning point.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We got about 4 minutes in commercials, and then we'll come right to you if it's okay.
Sure.
All right, buddy. We'll see you in about 4 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you, bud. Is that hot in here?
Huh?
I mean, you know, I know what it is. Andy's fucking hot body is getting is my
His
fans
hot
hit.
Body he's
body.
radiating and
Yeah, my fan's
Hot
going over
body.
his hot booty, and it's fucking coming
Hot
right on top of
booty?
me.
Oh shit. Bubba fucking.
It's like
throwing it out
wind
there.
over the hot coals.
Oh my goodness. So take off all your clothes. I am.
I think it's cooler now than at 6 this morning. It was warm when we
it's
walked
fucking-
in.
Yeah, it's way colder
Or
now.
humid or something in here.
The QAnon shaman. Is that how you say it?
Yep.
The Kanan shaman.
So he's a free man.
Yeah,
Yes.
he got out of the halfway house.
Good.
It's labeled. That's what it was. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Instead of having to wait to upload,
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll bring this back.
All right.
Ugh. Phoenix.
Oh, look at that, Kansas.
Mothership.
Wow, look at that thing.
Holy
How is that different than a tornado?
That looks.
Or are they like combined tornadoes?
That could turn into a fucking tornado.
They come up with the most
That's a pre-tornado.
sensational names of things.
That's
Mothership
fucking
Supercell.
cool.
But I mean, unless it
That's
turns
crazy
into a,
looking.
I guess it did make landfall.
that'd be a cat fucking 900.
Can you imagine 1,000 years ago seeing that?
Yeah, you might think the gods are
You
angry.
might write some stuff in the pyramid.
Right, it'd be like a Fukua 5. And a twister. Put that there. Twister. Just gonna strap myself to this.
Dodge Ram.
My belt next to this little pipe and.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Look, I'm
Both of them just leaving that dripping.
Man, Jacob's lighting's horrible.
It's ripping.
Yeah,
It's
he's a little
ripping
front
things out of
running.
it.
You got any lighting in there, Jacob?
Kind of looks like a skinnier macho man.
Kind of looks like he's ready to whip some ass.
Yeah.
You look angry.
I'm gonna tell him that. You kind of look like you're ready to whip some ass, buddy.
Just a Navy veteran, man. Just a dude.
He's a veteran.
He is. Absolutely. Most of the people, a lot of the people in the Capitol that day were.
Bob, we'll start with a thank you for your service.
Well,
man that put his life on the line for our country, and then gets fucked in the ass by our country.
Mm-hmm. Failure to disclose exculpatory evidence, foundational Rule 101 law.
Exactly.
Whoever that lawyer is should lose his license.
He should have a suit. He should have a civil suit against the country for it.
Well, you got a minute to tell him that.
The guy who did it should have his law license revoked. Mm-hmm. Or gal, or team of people.
They won't. They get promotions instead.
Yeah.
Disgusting. I still think we should pay Canada. Just call it Northern Wisconsin.
Wisconsin?
Regular Wisconsin should be South Wisconsin.
Oh, that's nice. Maybe North Dakota too.
Just go straight up.
Hey, have Idaho instead of like that little point just goes like it's like
Crimea. It's Ukraine.
Like a peanut. Nuclear mushroom dog.
Just make it part of Idaho.
Here we go.
I'd be down for that. I like Canada.
We are the only show that can talk about nothing.
The use of all Bubba-isms is prohibited without the express written consent of Bubba the Love Sponge.
This is not staged. It's not nothing. It's very scientific.
Not in a killing mood.
Right.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
On hold, or on Zoom, I should say, so we could make this a visual thing, which, by the way, Lummy, great score with this guest.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. And Jacob, welcome. And first of all, wanted to start things off by thank you for your service, because I know you're former military.
Yes, sir.
Glad
to be here. Thank you for having me.
As much as people have ran you through the ringer and the things that you have been through and the way you've been treated, very rarely has anybody probably actually thanked you for your service. This is what we do to our veterans, is we do, we don't really care about them. The VA is a joke. And a guy like you, who really didn't do anything wrong, gets absolutely railroaded. And that's the big thank you for your service. There you go, buddy. Right on down to federal prison, 41 months, you piece of crap. See you later. Bye. Right?
Yeah, well, compared to some of the stuff that other people have been through, what I went through is light. I mean, the trauma that war veterans have experienced, the losing of limbs and stuff like that. I got both my arms, I got both my legs, I got my sight. I had to endure 10.5 months of solitary confinement.
I agree with you, but let's get into that. So this is obviously Jacob, Chansley, and he's better known as the QAnon shaman. He's the guy. He's kind of, for those that don't know, you've kind of, Jacob, been spun as the face of January 6th.
Oh, absolutely.
Wrongfully so.
Yeah, no. I'm not saying like I agree with that, but the media, everybody made this guy the bad guy.
Well, you got to call him that name. You can't call him Jacob because no one would know him by that name.
Right.
But I don't even like to use the other name.
True. I don't even like to use the other name as well. His real name is Jacob Chansley, but they've, the Yellowstone Wolf.
No one knows who that is.
But they have made this guy public enemy number one. We probably should just unwind it, Jacob, and that is, could we go through the events from you that have now been, I think, proved to be correct. I think Tucker Carlson's video did a lot to get people's minds, like what really happened. But can you give us, from the time that you woke up on January 6th to the time you got arrested, timeline, for the most part? I know not every little idiosyncrasy, like how many poops you took and what you had for breakfast, but like the general.
Take us through that day.
Yeah, take us through that day,
please.
Okay. Well, the thing is that I have a motion in the courts right now to vacate my conviction and my sentence, because the footage that was on Tucker Carlson was not in the original discovery that was given to my attorney. So my current attorney has advised that I not divulge too much of what happened on that day. Now,
Now, hold on. Let me stop you, though. Let me just stop you. I do have two guys that are part of my show are attorneys, nonetheless. And, Jay, what were you saying earlier, agreeing with Jacob on how mishandled this was? You were saying there was some lawyer 101.
On a fundamental level, 101, there's a duty of every party to provide exculpatory evidence. That means evidence that hurts your case. And so the government, in this case, withheld the video for years, which forced him to plead guilty to a plea that he would have never pled to if what he knew actually happened was provided to him on video. There were thousands of hours of video that were not provided until the Republicans did it through a public request, and then they gave it to Tucker, and he went through it all, and he found the clips that related to Jacob. The judge saw it. I think I'm reciting this correctly, Jacob. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he was pretty much shocked by it. And, I mean, has anything happened to the government lawyers that failed to produce that to you?
No. And just to let y'all know, or clear the record up now, because there's a lot of confusion, the footage from Tucker Carlson, while I'm very grateful, it had nothing to do with my release.
It just was temporally, it just happened around the same time, so it's why people, I think, confused as one leading to the other.
Interesting. What provided the evidence?
Providence.
Well,
that divine providence.
I think you know what, Jacob. A lot of people don't know that, in the fact that that a lot of people think it was because of that happened. But you're saying you were due to get released, regardless if Tucker ran that piece or not.
That is correct. So I got my release date sometime in mid-February, and Tucker released his the footage. I think it was on like March 7th or March 8th, and then I was due to be released on the 28th, regardless of that footage. It was just divine providence that God decided to have that footage air 3 weeks before my release.
But you know what? I think that footage helped you in a lot of different ways, because there's probably some people, Jacob, that maybe believe the media, that didn't do their due diligence, and as to how all this went down and how it was shoved down the Americans' throat, that think Tucker having that footage, even though you were scheduled to get out, I think maybe really, really bettered your cause with the American public. I really do.
Definitely.
Absolutely. That's why I say it was divine providence, because it was 3 weeks after that the footage aired that I got released. So for 3 weeks, people are like outraged that I'm still in prison. And then right before I get released, in the court of public opinion, a lot of people believe that I was exonerated. So it's definitely been interesting.
Now, so what was the basis of your original release that was scheduled before the video came out on Tucker? Was it new video and new exculpatory evidence? What was the basis?
No. What it was is I had 6 months worth of good time because I hadn't gotten in trouble while I was in prison. In federal prison, you only serve 85% of your sentence, assuming that you have good behavior. And then I also got an accumulation of what are called First Step Act credits, or FSA credits.
Oh, yeah.
And that gave me another 6 months off. So I got a year off of my sentence, and then I was released to halfway house 2 months before my release from my sentence based on that year off.
But Jacob, you still did
probably
more. I mean, you still did your hard time. And really, didn't do anything. You really didn't do anything and served hard time. Doesn't somebody have to be responsible for that? You're an innocent man.
Well, yeah, but vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. And, I'm of the belief that God will deal with people more harshly than I ever could. So my thinking is I'm just going to leave it to God. If God has the divine wisdom to release that footage three weeks before I'm released, then, I really wonder what's going to, what will be the consequence for the attorneys that chose to withhold
this
that.
May be the first video ever, Bubba, that's ever been produced where he gave that explanation. I searched for hours last night to research Jacob, and all you find, the first 20 videos they provide for you are 41 months convicted, CNN, MSNBC. It's hard to even find the Tucker piece where his old lawyer provided a little bit of commentary when that video was disclosed, like he said, through divine intervention at the end when he was going to be released anyway. I never heard until today he served his sentence and he got released for good time.
Because nobody wants to get this guy's word out. No, but everybody wants to bury this guy, and everybody has such a misconception as to how all this went down. I mean, Jacob, I saw footage of you not rolling around there like a wild man. I saw footage of you being escorted, like almost given a tour,
praying for the police.
I mean, right? I mean, am I wrong? Can you comment on that? Did I see the right footage?
You saw the right footage. I can't exactly explain why, but I promise you there was a very good reason that the police were escorting me around the building looking for entrances to the Senate chamber.
Right.
And good reasons for both of us to be doing that. I can't wait to tell, the story. I really think it would create a lot of clarity for people. I'd really like to tell Tucker. I think that giving him the exclusive would be the right thing to do.
I do too.
But
I mean, Tucker's kind of
or Bubba.
You mean I've actually been on Tucker's show, and he's actually a good friend of mine. And for 6 years before he went to Fox after MSNBC, from 2006 until 2012, he used to call my show every Tuesday, and we would just cut it up and have a great time. But I agree. If there's a really good reason as why they were escorting you around on both sides of the aisle, nonetheless, I think that Tucker, if that story is as exclusive as I think it is, I agree with you. Tucker needs that story. He deserves that story. He does.
But I think something that obviously you can't talk about some of the details of that day, but I think something that would be very interesting to the listeners is you explaining what happened after you were arrested and what they did to you for those months before you were tried, and how you were treated and what conditions you had to survive under.
Okay. Well, so after my exit from the building, I had already gone viral on Twitter. And my life from that point on was completely turned upside down. I had the FBI and the Metropolitan Police looking for me. They had put out a request for information about me. My phone number had gone public. My address had gone public. I had random people calling my phone. I had death threats. I had all sorts of crazy stuff happening. My phone just kept blowing up and blowing up and blowing up. My social media, my Facebook, my Twitter, my Instagram, my YouTube, all of it got taken down.
Like boom, like bam, just happened just like that.
They pushed the button on them. They pushed the button.
Yep, they pushed the button, and it was over.
Now, were you still in D.C. at that point?
No, when all that stuff got taken down, it was like the day after, and I was on my way back to Phoenix.
Right, but they didn't get you at the airport or nothing like that. You were able to get home.
Well, I drove.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah,
right, because they were waiting for you. Because TSA was waiting for you, Jacob. You know that, buddy.
Hand them your ID and all.
But that's the thing is
30 guys.
If they were, which I'm sure that they were, I'm not one that runs. I don't tuck tail and run.
No.
So when I found out the FBI was looking for me, I just called them, and I was like, "Hey, I heard you guys were looking for information on me. I figured you'd want to hear it from the horse's mouth. What's going on?" And
they're like, "Yeah, would you come down to the field office there, Jacob?" Is that what they said?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it was more so. So where are you right now? And I was like, "Well, I'm driving back to Phoenix. I really don't know where I am, but
yeah, because they were going to send Smokey and the Bandit after your ass. You know that, buddy."
Yeah, so I arranged.
Too bad they were probably pinging your phone anyway, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean they knew where you were.
Yeah. So
I mean, you were literally probably for a little bit, Jacob. You were public enemy number one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you were the guy at the top of the list that they were trying to find.
Yeah, well, you know what, man? Gandhi was public enemy number one for a while.
He was.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
it's like, hey, I'm not gonna run. I'm not gonna inconvenience anybody. If you want me, then okay. I'll set up a meeting. I'll talk to you. And
so you get back to Phoenix, and then you probably do you lawyer up and go to the field office, or do they come to you?
No. They told me they just wanted to talk, which I naively believed them.
Right.
I asked if they were going to arrest me. They said, no, it's just misdemeanors. I don't see a reason to arrest you. We just want to talk to you. And I was like, look, you can tell me now if you're going to arrest me. I'll still show up. I just want to know if you're going to arrest me.
So I can wear some clean underwear. I want to wear clean underwear, at least.
Like a toothbrush.
Yeah. So I set up a meeting with them. Oh yeah. And there was also, I did an interview with Alex Jones. I think it was on the 8th.
Yeah.
And, you know, they say you don't ever want to meet somebody you admire. And God love Alex, but I was going on a show thinking it was going to be a fun, cool conversation. He just started berating me and calling me names and making fun of me and telling me that I'm a liar and all this other stuff. And
really?
I'm just like,
well, maybe
you know, me.
Jacob, maybe little Alex is projecting a little bit. He's in a little bit of trouble. And the fact that little Alex is in far more trouble than you ever thought about being, my friend. And he was just trying to pass the heat a little bit because he is up. I mean, you want to talk about somebody that's in some bad problems right now. He'll never get out of that problem that he's in ever. I mean, you are going to get out. You're going to get out of your problem, and I think that you'll probably have a more fairer day in court soon. I think he's done, man. He's absolutely done. That's just my opinion.
Well, I really feel sorry for the guy. I mean, there's a lot of truth that he's brought to the public, and that's part of why I was like, oh, cool, I get to go on a show, and then it really didn't turn out well.
Well, he didn't better himself, though, at testimony. Like, he did not better himself, you know.
Why do you think he attacked you, though? It surprises me to hear you say that.
You're all about what he stands for.
Him. He was the one that gave me the name Q Shaman.
What?
And then the media ran with it. Yeah, dude, I never called myself QAnon Shaman. The media said I called myself QAnon Shaman. That's not true at all. Never called myself that. Never called myself Q Shaman. You will never see another article or a video where I'm calling myself QAnon Shaman or the media is calling me QAnon Shaman until after January 6th.
Interesting.
So anyway, I got to Phoenix. I get into the field office.
Now hold on. Had they already heard Jones's interview and we're all lathered up on that too?
I don't know. Probably. And then so I got into the field office. They pat me down. They search me. They make sure I don't have any weapons or anything, which I don't do that.
All right.
So then they brought me into an interrogation room. They read me my Miranda rights, and I was like, shit.
Yeah, you're like, that's not usually a good precursor to good stuff.
Mm-mm.
No. And then they're like, so you want to talk? And I was like, well, I'll tell you my side of the story. I got nothing to hide. You know, it was just misdemeanor charges that I thought at the time. So I told him everything that happened, how it is that I got to DC driving, and how it is that how everything unfolded. I told him everything that they saw on Tucker, so the government can't say, "Oh, we didn't know."
Right.
I mean, the very first interview, you told him that. Right out of the box. Here it is.
There it is.
Did they not believe you, or did they? I guess
they didn't care.
They had such an agenda to run you up the river that they didn't care what they saw. Well, I mean, it's evident.
And I'll say this in my opinion, because I know Jacob's got to be careful. I think they wanted to label everyone domestic terrorists so they could start using the Patriot Act against citizens of the United States to try to shut it down, like they just got all the Bank of America information that Director Wray had to admit last week. Every transaction between January 5th and January 6th by Bank of America was provided voluntarily to the FBI. Every gun purchase made on a Bank of America card within 6 months of January 6th was provided to the FBI without subpoena, without due cause. And so this is a guy who walks into an arena full of agents who have one objective, in my opinion, which is to find him guilty of something so they can make him the face of this quote-unquote seditious conspiracy.
They're going to pencil whip this report to make it look like, again, he's the face of January 6th, and then they're going to run him up the river.
Correct.
And they're going to withhold, really, 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 really valuable stuff that will be in this guy's favor. They're going to withhold that, and that's why he's back in the system.
But I think what we're missing here is, and I think Jacob will confirm this, is the reason they wanted to trade this from a misdemeanor trespass to a seditious event make it so that they could deny him the civil rights that most criminal defendants are afforded, like a speedy trial, bail, not being in solitary confinement. They actually mentally and physically tortured this man, an American veteran that, unlike the majority of Americans, was willing to put his life on the line for our country, and then went in armed with makeup and said that he was trying to take over the government. It's absolutely unconscionable. And they did it only so they could stoke fear in any other future protests and stifle this man's ability to freely express his thoughts, to have his freedom, and to have the rights that we've afforded every other American in this country for the last 250 years.
That he fought for at one time.
He fought for it and was willing to sacrifice his life. Shame on the government. I feel so badly for people like you that were just wrongly, unjustly, and I think criminally, maliciously prosecuted.
Now, do you think that, and I know they have municipal immunity and stuff like that, but do you think Jacob could ever be compensated for this? Or
I don't know. I think more important to Jacob, and I think we should let Jacob answer this, but I think more important to Jacob is the truth and peace going forward. Peace and I think self-awareness. I think, Jacob's a very spiritual man.
Yes.
And it's not just about let's overthrow the government. His thing is let's think. Let's progress. Let's be better.
Let him say it. I think you're right, Dan.
Correct. That is 100% correct. I'm more so now focused on ensuring that what happened to me doesn't happen to anybody else, and that we unify as a country, because a country divided is most certain to fall. So I'm of the belief that if what can happen to me can become something that's used for something positive, then, dude, I see myself as a victor, not a victim. You see, I went through 10 and a half months of solitary confinement. I went through 27 months of imprisonment and came out better, came out stronger.
Wow.
You know what I
respect
mean?
that so much.
That is such a great take on what you went through, because a lot of people wouldn't have that mindset. That is such a great mindset.
We were
Jacob.
talking about it before you came on, is how many days would it take of solitary confinement for people like us to go a bit insane? And I mean, the truth is, it wouldn't take me a week. We joked it wouldn't take my brother 8 hours. And so that you were able to do all of these months and come out of it with this positive attitude. I mean, what was that like for you as a person? Did it transform you? Did it reaffirm your convictions? I mean, what did it do to you?
Well, yeah, I mean, so prior to January 6th, I believed that the media and the government were corrupt. And after everything I've experienced, it's only affirmed those views. You know what I'm saying?
No, you've only affirmed and multiplied those views, and proven those views. What you thought going in, now. Well, yeah, especially considering that all the stories in the media about me were just complete malarkey.
Mm-hmm.
It was total gobbledygook and word salad crap. They said that I was a failed actor, never acted a day in my life. They said that I gave myself the name QAnon Shaman. Never ever happened. They said that I was mentally unstable, bipolar, delusional, schizophrenic, depressed. None of those things were in my psychological evaluation.
That's most of us here.
None of those things were in my psyche
No,
valve.
I know.
None of it was in my psyche valve. So it's like, it's very, very clear that there is ulterior motive, that there is an agenda, that Operation Mockingbird, I'm sure you guys know about that, where the CIA infiltrated the media.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Operation Mockingbird, bro. Like the government and the media are working together.
They're trying to make the CIA look good.
The gangs and the government are no different, man. It's the same thing.
Well, yeah, it's
the
like
same thing.
Tupac said, dude. It's all gangs. It's all gangs.
Yeah.
And some of them just have, the initiation of force, a monopoly on the initiation of force on their side. Now, I think it's really important to mention, though, there are a lot of good people in the FBI. There are a lot of good people in the CIA.
This dude's so honest.
What's happened is that the leadership is corrupted. And then so from the top down, the leadership controls what gets investigated, what doesn't, where people are placed on which investigations, which things get investigated, et cetera, et cetera.
Trust me, we know that here locally. We've been through some things like that. Yes,
justice is not uniform, and it's a shame because the actor has no idea what the consequence is because it depends on who you are. And where it's happening, and who's in charge that month,
and who's in charge,
and who's in charge that month,
exactly. and who they answer to, who at the end of the day is pulling their puppet strings.
I have one more question.
That's correct.
What's your thoughts on Ray Epps?
Well, once again, it's very telling how it is that the government and the media chose to handle all of that. Could you imagine if I had said or done any of the things that Ray Epps said or did?
Oh my God!
I mean, it sounds like you did worse, and yet you did none of that.
I would never do anything like that. But the point that I'm making when it comes to Ray Epps is that it is very telling how much this guy has been handled with kid gloves. Now, I don't know the details of this man's life, and I'm not going to assume that I do based on a little tiny bit of evidence that it seems to be out there. However, I don't trust people. I don't trust institutions. What I trust are patterns. And what we're seeing with Ray Epps is a very clear pattern of handling him with kid gloves, the media going to bat for him. They're trying to change the narrative from being an insurrection to a protest or a demonstration just so that they can end up changing the narrative for this one guy. And I mean, dude, that right there is a pattern of corruption, in my opinion.
Dan, I agree.
Dan, who's Ray Epps?
Ray Epps is the older white-haired gentleman that was seen in multiple videos, literally inciting the crowd to storm the Capitol.
Days before, too.
And for days.
And people called him out
a
for
day
being
or two
a Fed.
before, they said he was a Fed. They were pointing to him, this guy's a Fed, he's a plant. And for some reason, he was the only person that they didn't prosecute that was identified and had any kind of, but he just not like he had like a little bit to do with it. Like he was literally spending 2 days trying to stir the crowd up to storm the Capitol, and for some reason escaped all scrutiny and prosecution.
And the media went to bat for him.
Right.
The media went to bat for him.
The day before Tucker got fired, they did a 60 Minutes piece on him and made him like he was some hero for attending the protest and the demonstration, and how they showed the part of him, where he was trying to incite people to go, and then the day of, he's literally at the gates, and he's trying to stop them after he incited them for 2 days, or allegedly incited them for 2 days.
Well, no, dude, he whispers something in somebody's ear, and then that's when they go up and start shaking the barricades.
Right.
Oh, well, he claims now that he whispered to tell the guy to calm down.
Don't do anything.
That's what he said now. That's what the media is reporting.
Yeah, that's what they're reporting now.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, if the media is reporting it, it's BS.
Well, yeah.
You're right, Jacob.
So Jacob, moving forward, what's next for you? What message are you getting out? What's next for you? You obviously have. I know you have a couple Rumble shows. You're on Truth Social. You're on Twitter. And you have a great platform to get what are you spewing nowadays? What's your platform?
All right. So I also have a website, ForbiddenTruthAcademy.com. Now, I am a spiritual activist. I am not a political activist. I believe that the reason why our socioeconomic and geopolitical systems are so corrupt and distorted is because our spiritual beliefs, our spiritual view of reality has become so distorted, and our religious institutions are so corrupt. So I think that once we handle the spiritual issue, then the socioeconomic and geopolitical systems will end up being corrected as a reflection of that spiritual correction. Now, that's why I have a message of unity. That's why I have a message of love and of peace, and yes, forgiveness and freedom. So I push in pretty much every single interview that I have, every single spaces that I attend, and in a lot of my podcasts, because I have a podcast, Forbidden Truth Podcast, and I also have the Occult Apocalypse Show, both of which are on Rumble. I push constantly 2 things. Number 1, Tesla Tower technology, infinite free, clean, wireless electricity. Okay, we've known about it and had it for over 100 years. It has not seen the light of day because this quote unquote new world order, this one world government that these globalist less than 1%ers are trying to create, cannot exist with infinite free clean wireless electricity. And I also push Dr. Rife, that's R-I-F-E, Royal Raymond Rife, and the machine that he created in the 1930s that is able to basically destroy diseases with sound and frequency. Similar to how you can destroy a wine glass with sound and frequency, you can also destroy cancer cells and viruses and parasites and all sorts of stuff with sound and frequency. So the reason why I push these things is this. Everybody, Republican and Democrat alike, can agree that if there is an infinite free, clean source of wireless electricity, it should be released to the public, and that's what we should be using. Everybody can agree that if there's a cure for cancer or disease, and there are many, not just Dr. Rife's machine, but if there's a cure for cancer and disease, then it should be released to the public in spite of the fact that it will have a negative effect on the pharmaceutical company's profits.
Yeah, but
everybody can agree on
but Big Jacob, you know as well as I do that Big Pharma, lock, stock, and barrel, they run the show. Period. I mean, they
don't look. Hold on. They don't run this show.
No,
right
I know.
here
No, you're right.
between your ears.
You're right.
Okay?
You're right.
Now this is really important, okay? Because the war that we are in is a war for the mind. And we are not going to win a war for the mind with bullets. That's not how it works. How it works is ideas. You win a war for the mind with the best ideas and the ability to articulate those ideas in a fluent and reasonable manner. So you can't be frothing at the mouth. You can't be screaming at people. You have to be in a state of peace and calm inside, and you have to be able to articulate these things in a reasonable fashion that makes sense to people that may not necessarily understand what you're talking about.
But Jacob,
now,
here's the deal. They got us so worked up. The media has us so worked up that unfortunately people cannot take a step back and even fathom your spirituality and your open-mindedness and the ability to be able to have constructive conversations with the opposition. We are so worked up. The media's got us worked up. They've got us polarized. Everything from abortion to immigration they just got us. It's a feeding frenzy right now. And unfortunately, there's not I would hope that we could get everybody to think like you, but you know as well as I do that the two-party system, what we got going on right now, they got exactly what they want, and that is that we hate each other. The only time we like each other right now as a country is when there's an Olympics and we're rooting for the USA guy against the France guy. That's the only time we care about each other is during the Olympics. And we are so polarized, and we are so unhealthy. And it's prime example of what happened to you. Just how unhealthy the system and everything our government really is, from the top to the bottom, from the enforcement bureau of our government to the executive side of our government, to the Senate, to the Capitol, all of it. We're so polarized and at each other's throats that they'll sentence an innocent man like you doing a protest to 41 months in federal prison.
And they'll label him all these false things that he wasn't.
Right.
Well, they're trying to send a message.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Yes, they are trying to send a message.
They make an example out of you. This is what's going to happen to you if you try to do the same thing.
But the thing is that they probably couldn't have picked a worse person to make a straw man.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because your message, Jacob,
guys,
is
life is beautiful. It's the system that's ugly.
Right.
All right. And what we have to do is we have to be an example of that beautiful life that the system is destroying.
Right. Your message is self-actualization. You want to erase the noise and the distraction, be peaceful, have inner peace. And once you establish that inner peace and that freedom from the minutia and distraction that they are trying to force upon us to distract us from the real problem, once you achieve that state of self-actualization, then you are able to openly, honestly, and effectively understand and produce change.
That comes from the most stressed out guy here, by the way.
And that threatens the establishment, which is what they're trying to prevent.
Right.
Is that right, Jacob? Is that a way to summarize it?
Well, yes. So you represent the God that you serve. And if you are coming at people in a Christ-like fashion with love and peace and harmony in heart and in mind, then your message will get across, even if you're just planting seeds. This isn't going to be, you're not going to be able to change some of these people's minds overnight, but you can plant seeds that will destroy the concrete of ideology in their mind, and you'll get flowers from those cracks in the concrete, and eventually the concrete will be covered and it won't matter that it's there. You know, what we're talking about here is neuro-linguistic programming and psychological warfare techniques, and through these techniques we have created, yes, you know, a polarized system. However, it is through these same techniques that the damage done by the system can also be reversed. So we have to understand how these techniques work in order to employ them to our benefit as opposed to our detriment.
Jacob, what do you think is going to happen in the next election?
Oh, I really don't know.
I mean, you do know, but you probably just want to stay out of it.
Well, no, I never run from controversy, bro. I'll be real with you. I never run from controversy. My thing is this. I love Donald Trump, and he has my support in his bid for the presidency. But in all of the candidates that I have seen, you know, Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron DeSantis, Mike Pence,
Nikki Haley
Jr., Nikki Haley, Joe Biden, none of these people, and this would even include Trump to a certain extent, are articulating the nature of the problems that we are dealing with. They're all just giving rah talking points. Nobody's articulating exactly how to solve these problems. They're just saying, you know, when I get in office, we're going to do this. When I get in office, we're going to do that. Now, let me tell you something about people that run for president or any public office. If they aren't already in office, if they don't have a security clearance that allows them to be privy to certain information, then they're just making promises, empty promises that they think people want to hear, because until they can actually get the intel, they're just flapping at the lips. So my opinion is, if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it fully. And if you can't explain to me what the deep state is, and I can explain it in 2 minutes, if you can't explain to me what the deep state is, then you don't know how it is that you're going to get rid of it.
Well, you're probably part of the deep state, right?
No.
Not you.
Why do
I'm
you
saying
say that?
I'm saying people who are running for office.
Yeah, people.
Yeah, the you is the people running. The politicians is the you.
Not you.
Not you. Yeah, you're the opposite.
Jacob, not you. Jacob, not you, Jacob, not you, buddy.
I'm saying the people
We're
running
saying
for office
the people
don't
you're
wanna
talking about.
Call out the deep state because they're part of the machine that it's running on.
Yes, it is, and it is a war machine.
Right.
Okay, so what it's about, what the deep state is, you guys, is it is the bureaucracy. It basically constitutes a fourth branch of government. When the founders founded our country, they founded it based on the idea of the separation of powers. 3 branches of government: legislative, executive, and judicial. And the reason why they split it up was because they were dealing with the crown, was all of these things consolidated into one centralized power. The crown was able to create new law and enforce that law with his army, and then it was able to adjudicate that law that he created through the courts that he owned. So that is their definition of tyranny. That's the founders' definition of tyranny. Now, what we're dealing with the bureaucracy is they are in charge of, quote unquote, regulating commerce. Okay. Now, those regulations are essentially the creation of law. All right. And they also have their own law enforcement or regulatory enforcement within their bureaucratic agencies. So they have legislative and executive, and they have their own administrative courts that are outside of the federal system. This centralization of all 3 branches of government is in effect tyranny. And there's over 500 federal agencies in the federal government. And each of them, I guarantee you, each of them at the tippy top is being run by a guy like Fauci that has been in office way longer than the person that appointed them, and is working in collusion with the very corporations that they have been charged with regulating. So this is fascism. This is why Tesla Tower technology has never made its way to the public. This is why Dr. Reif and his machine has never made its way to the public, because the very corporations that these regulatory agencies are supposed to be regulating and making sure that there is a free capitalistic market are the very agencies that are standing in the way of the people getting this stuff, and they're doing it for the corporations. Essentially, the corporations are using the government's monopoly on the initiation of force to enforce the corporate will.
With former government employees, half the people running the pharmaceutical companies used to work for the FDA, the NIH, the CDC. They buy and pay for all their executives, and then they have a backdoor pass right into the lobbying for the governments that they're supposed to be regulated by.
Has anybody ever seen the George Carlin piece, and he's up there on stage and he goes, "The reason why we don't matter, none of us, millionaires, actors, comedians, it doesn't matter if you, the reason why none of us in this room and anybody that we know, the reason why we're not nothing is because we're not part of the special group that runs things. There's a special group of people that run almost everything that goes on."
Yep.
And I believe him. I believe him.
So what's the solution? Just to try to keep talking. How do you beat a machine like that? The deep state?
I mean, man, it's going to take.
I'm not saying you have an answer, but like,
no, I do have an answer.
Okay.
That's the best part. Okay, and it's actually really, really simple. So it's a multi-leveled. First of all, if we learned anything from Trump's first administration, getting one man on our side in the White House is not going to be able to change the system.
Right.
It can, that person can do some level of change, but what you really need is you need a president that understands this problem. Okay, and willing to fire people that are at the tippy top of these bureaucratic agencies. Number two, what you're going to need is a legislative branch that understands these issues and is willing to either defund or restructure the bureaucratic agencies.
But why would they want to cut their own power, though?
Well, but that's the thing. That's exactly, yes. So that's why I said you're going to need to elect people within the legislature that understand this issue and have the courage, have the balls or the ovaries to stand up and say, hell no, we're not doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, this is the other portion of this issue. Okay. And this is why I push Dr. Reif and Tesla Tower technology, because you can't just talk about destroying the old system. We're talking about the infrastructure of our entire nation. What you have to do is you have to make a new system that renders the old system obsolete. And you have to use the old system as the scaffolding for the building of the new. So think about it. With Tesla Tower technology, you have infinite free, clean wireless energy. So now, not only do we make all pollution obsolete associated with the extraction of resources, but we also make resources infinite, which means that the oil companies can't control our economy. These wind turbines, the solar panels, the lithium mining, all that stuff goes right out the window. And also keep in mind, most of our wars are fought in order to procure resources. So if you make resources infinite, you make war obsolete. So it stops the war machine. Another example is these Tesla towers have the ability to be used as a global communication device. So now the globalists run communication towers, the cell phones, the satellites, the computers, the Wi-Fi, all of those things are made obsolete based on this new technology. Right now, we also have the capability of creating economic surplus through innovation. When there's a new form of energy, then new inventions are designed to run based on that new form of energy. New inventions are created to use those things as communication devices or what have you. So it basically stimulates our economy. All right. And this is the cool part. These Tesla Tower technology, these Tesla Towers and the technology associated with them in Dr. Reif and his machine can actually be used to stimulate the growth of plants. So agriculture then goes through the roof. We will have a surplus of food, and we can use these frequencies to purify the water supply, to get rid of the geoengineering stratospheric aerosol injection pollution in the air. We can use it also to improve the microbiological life in the soil and the environment for the soil. We can use it to clean up messes like what happened in East Palestine, Ohio, or what just happened in Pennsylvania, or what just happened in Louisiana. Okay, these are the real problems.
But hold on, Jacob. Now, when you talk about this Tesla wireless infinite, I don't even know what you're talking. Like, I think the average American.
Yeah, I know.
The average American. Like, I mean, this all sounds great. I'm all for, man, we need to sign up for that Tesla Power Yippee-Yo thing as fast as we possibly can. What is it? I've never heard of it.
Okay, so the Earth is surrounded by an electromagnetic field. We all know this. Now, this electromagnetic field goes all the way down to the core of the planet, which means that across the crust of the planet, there are locations where this electromagnetic activity is at its highest, right? These are called ley lines, L-E-Y, ley lines, okay? Ley lines, and these ley lines crisscross all over the planet. And it is on these ley lines and where they crisscross that all of the pyramids and obelisks and ancient temples and stuff like that all over the planet have been built. It's also on these ley lines that Washington, D.C. and the White House and the Capitol building and the Supreme Court and the Washington Monument, all these things are built on ley lines. Now, Tesla Tower technology is based on the use of these ley lines and the electromagnetic frequencies that are there and amplifying them to a certain radius that surrounds the Tesla Tower. And basically, it's using the Earth like a gigantic electromagnet, where you can send and receive electricity and information through the Earth itself.
Now, when you call
here's the cool part.
When you call it Tesla, is it because Elon Musk is the one that's working on this, or is
Tesla Towers from the
hilarious?
1900s?
No, dude, no. Yeah, Nikola Tesla is the reason why Elon Musk calls his corporation Tesla,
right.
Which is really kind of interesting to me, because if he understands and knows what Nikola Tesla is trying to do, then why is he using lithium batteries in his cars? He should be using this idea of infinite free clean energy. And Tesla actually developed a vehicle that could run on this stuff. Now, this is why I also push Tesla Tower technology and Dr. Rife so much, okay? Because if you look into Tesla, if you look into Dr. Rife, okay, what you're going to find is a couple of things. Number one, you're going to find the entities that corrupted the United States government in the early 1900s and how they've basically been running the economy ever since. You're going to find the same entities that created the Federal Reserve. Number two, you're going to find all of the uses for this technology, not just to say cure diseases, but also give us infinite free clean energy, use it as a communication device, use it to control the weather, use it to basically make war obsolete and to give us lots of food
infinite,
through
accessible, if it's infinite, accessible, and free, then obviously the powers that be are going to want to suppress that because there's no profits. You know, that's why you said, the pharmaceutical company doesn't want you to know about natural remedies, because then if they're available to everybody, then that completely eliminates their market. The pharmaceutical company doesn't want you to be healthy; it wants you to be sick, because then you'll be an eternal customer. So I don't understand how we can go ahead.
Well, I understand. And this is why I'm saying they don't control this right here in between your ears. So if this is a war for the mind, it's not going to be one with bullets. It's going to be one with ideas.
Right.
Okay. And what we have to do is we have to talk about this stuff. We have to spread the word, because once there is a demand, there will be a supply. Okay. And the final reason why I continue to harp on Dr. Rife and Tesla Tower technology is because in order to understand how this technology works, you have to understand three things: energy, frequency, and vibration. And Nikola Tesla himself said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. So by investigating this technology, by investigating the men that created it and the suppression of it, you get three things: government corruption at its inception and how it leads to the Federal Reserve. You get the technological innovation that's going to lead us into the future and end up making the old system obsolete. And number three, you get the secrets of the universe that unfold right before you.
It's so scary that's why they're going to keep it down. That's exactly why they're going to try to keep it.
But this is the thing. We have to look. This is a war for the mind. So you have to stop allowing them to believe that they can control what it is that we say and do. Notice every time that they try to do something and there's enough of a public backlash, they'll back up and say, okay, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay. It's because we outnumber them. They are afraid of us. They're not doing the things that they're doing with this tyranny because they're confident, but because they're afraid. They're not doing it because they feel strong. They're doing it because they feel weak. We're talking about less than 1% of the human population here. Okay. So imagine for just a second.
That's like 95% of the wealth. And money is power.
But the wealth is based on debt. The wealth is based on an illusion. The real wealth is in the resources. It's in the food. It's in the water.
Okay.
So look at it like this.
Okay.
Klaus Schwab is talking about how everybody is going to wear uniforms, live in 15-minute cities, and eat bugs, right?
Right.
And you got a lot of people that are angry about that.
Is this the World
I'm
Economic Forum
laughing.
guy?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm laughing because the idea that that's going to happen is absolutely ludicrous. And the more people that feed into that illusion that he's trying to create, the more people that allow his vision of the future to creep into their minds, then the more power we give him. If we laugh at people like Klaus Schwab, if we laugh at people like the Rockefellers or the Rothschilds, if we laugh at these people, like, yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, I ain't living in no 15-minute city. I ain't eating bugs, and I sure as hell ain't wearing no uniform that you tell me to wear. That right there is the crux of the issue. They're trying to control our minds. So I want you to envision for a second a future with infinite free, clean, wireless electricity. Envision a future that has a cure for diseases. Envision a future with flying vehicles like the TR-3B, the patent that just got released by Donald Trump in 2020, declassified, anti-gravity, inertia propulsion craft. You can look it up. It was patented by a guy named Salvador Payas. You can look it up on Google.
This guy is amazing. Jacob, I gotta.
I'm riveted.
Can we get him back sometime?
Yeah, here's the deal. We're running really late on time, but I am a huge advocate of what you're slinging, and I would love to, in a couple weeks, have you back. I could talk to you all day. I mean, now that you know we're friend, not foe, and when we're dancing with you, can we book you again here soon?
Yeah, and I'll try to get up earlier too, so we could have more time.
No, we want to do it on a censored show too,
or we could do it later, like an hour from now. Like we got 2 shows. We could either do the first show like this show, but then we have another show too that's a little bit more uncensored, and I would really like to have you on that show, which would maybe be an hour from now. So and time, and we can go longer on that deal. So. Man, thank you so much. And by the way, the best way to get a hold of Jacob is just to go to his website, which is ForbiddenTruthAcademy.com. That's got everything. He's also on Truth Social, Twitter, American Shaman, Rumble. He's got 2 shows on Rumble, but it all starts and stops with ForbiddenTruthAcademy.com. Jacob, I'd love to have you on in a few weeks and even go longer with you if that's okay.
Absolutely. It would be my honor and my pleasure. And I thank you all for listening and having an open mind.
And I
thank you, Jacob. That was awesome.
I can win this.
I thank you for your service, and I thank you for your mind, and I thank you for your studliness, and I look forward to talking to you again, my friend.
Thank you. God bless, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
God bless.
Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Man, what a great dude. Huh? I love that guy.
What a misinterpreted human.
Oh, what a great dude.
Yeah, that was
Man,
awesome.
with a great...
That was so awesome.
Bubba's great at doing these interviews because he gets him to say things. I never heard that he was getting out anyway because he served his full sentence. I don't think that's anywhere out there.
I don't think it is either. I know I'm late as hell, and I know probably Jen is full hot.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hey, we'll be right back.
Dan, you gotta go.
Yeah.
Dan already left.
Dan's gone.
No, they switched. They switched during
They did a little bait and switch Diaco.
I did not know that because I'm behind I got my fucking empire back here. I got my.
That was awesome.
He's a good dude, isn't he?
Holy shit. I had no clue. I didn't know anything about him.
Now you're a mark. Say it.
Oh my god. Mrs. Mark right here. Fucking, that was...
#1 fan club. Fan bitch. Say it.
Fangirl, 100%. Holy god. Although I do disagree with him that I think that it can award that it can be won.
I want to know about this Tesla technology.
Yeah, I know that Nikola Tesla was working on stuff like that, but I don't think he succeeded.
No.
But
he got shafted by like Edison.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I saw that shit where they were like frying up pigs and stuff to make them look bad.
Yeah. Poor guy got railroaded.
Yeah.
Who did? Tesla?
Nikola Tesla. He was a Serbian-American inventor.
Yeah, he died with nothing, no wealth at all.
Yeah, nothing. He like invented like the remote
Yeah, he made all this shit
control
they took them. All the guys that funded him took the money, basically, right?
Yeah, and did he do something with AC?
He wanted AC, and the other guys, Westinghouse wanted DC.
Yeah.
DC was more dangerous. It didn't go as far. It wasn't as efficient.
Yeah.
So, and then we ended up on AC anyway. But the Westinghouse guy was frying up like people, and he did the first electric chair, and it didn't work.
Yeah.
The DC electric chair didn't work.
Didn't he harness electricity too, and then didn't Edison take credit for it or something like that?
I'm not sure. I know that was a big feud though. That the biggest feud they had was the AC/DC thing, and getting companies to go with it.
Yeah. Easy time.
Speaking of bullshit, I'll be banging on the wall here during the after show.
Okay, bang to the drum.
Just let you know, it's not a go or nothing.
Perfect.
I just got to punch block 2 wires. So
It's a Twitch Tuesday, and we're going to talk about the Hall of Fame today.
Okay. I printed the list.
Oh, you did? Where's it at?
Let me have it. I got pictures
he's
here.
an idiot.
I did 4 batches. 4 batches.
Man, that guy is so has been so fucking misrepresented.
Yeah, no shit.
And he's so intellectual and spiritual, and they've made him out to be some
fucking whack job.
Starving.
They had horns on there, and was
I want to keep telling them those are all false statements of fact, buddy.
Yeah.
If you're still listening, call me. You got a real good defamation case, my friend.
Yeah,
You've got a huge one. And you know Alex Jones is not going to defend it. He's the one who named him the QAnon shaman.
He can't.
Let me tell him that you guys you'll represent him because you guys were doing a good job on the air.
I think he's ready to sign up on the air right now.
I would help that guy in a second.
Thing about it is he's fucking brilliant.
Somebody talk about my sister.
He's got no criminal record before this.
Yeah, it's crap. It's all crap. And what pisses me off the most is all the cities that got fucked up. The business owners got stuck with that bill. The government, that was costing nothing to fix a window. Give me a fucking break.
And they spent all those government resources to convict 1,000 people for walking
and that
around.
too, wasting the money there. Yeah, but I'm saying like everything that got broken or destroyed or damaged.
Those shop owners had to do their own. It wouldn't have been nothing to fucking send in a fucking window company to go fix all those windows.
Nobody took care of them. But that was peaceful protesting. So.
Right, exactly. Yeah, that was great, bud. We got some incredible stuff out of him.
No, he's
a really interesting guy.
I didn't do anything spectacular. He did it all. Where's Lummy?
Here, brother. You get that Hall of Fame list?
Yeah.
Where's it at?
It's got printed out. My printer
Let's
just
print it.
doesn't. Oh, it's on the printer? Okay.
Well, I mean, I want it.
I know. I tried. My computer
It's on the
doesn't print
printer.
back there.
It's on the printer.
Okay.
With the other stuff.
Your computer
Would
is.
you ask Brett to actually email me that song? I will take it.
I
will take it.
Jay, just
it's awesome.
If I doesn't have it, I'll email it to you.
You have my email, right? I'll give it to you. I'll text it to you again.
When you're on vacation, that's what the hold button at Diablo Law should be. When you're not available, or you're out of the office for the day or whatever, that should be Jay's in Costa Rica.
This is the best ever.
Please leave a message.
And we gotta say goodbye. We we went an hour.
They're gonna be so mad at me.
Gosh.
Yeah.
So how's that double-sided? But
okay.
I'll do double-sided.
How'd you sleep last night, Jay?
I'm using WordPress.
But it's fine.
Is it, Jay?
It will be
Microsoft
fine in the morning.
I don't know how you're surviving this long.
Still smiling.
Do you
I had
even know
my
what
shake
it's
this
like
morning.
to feel like rested?
No, I have no idea. I'm gonna come in here one day and be like bouncing off the wall and drink too. So
I'm sure some days are.
You're gonna be shot out as Danny one of these days, right? To fucking tell you to
I
chill
feel like
out.
sometimes it gets so exhausting that I'll get like a good night's sleep every 4 or 5 months. Like I get to my wit's end and I'm like, Campbell, I'm dying. Oh my God. And then I'll have this incredible night of sleep. And I'm like, I guess it'll work for the next few months.
It's kind of like golf. It's kind of like golf. You play all day, you suck, you hit that one good shot, and you're like, man, I like this fucking game.
You hit on the 17th, 18th hole, and then you think you figured it out.
You
want to come back and play again.
There's 100% truth to that.
Then you suck.
I think that really affects my restless legs.
Well, of course, but you don't get the sleep, and so you have the caffeine, and then the caffeine makes you
I'm
not
gonna-
be able to
yeah.
sleep. It's just this fucking.
Right, because I'm tired when I wake up, I need my coffee.
Just a continual power pick.
But like food, I think if I break myself with a little bit of that cycle, I'll get hungry earlier, as I won't be required.
I've got an idea.
Time to man up.
I gotta poop so bad.
Man up and be brutally honest.
And you're calling me crazy?
Or I'm gonna kill you. We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Just basically for me to say goodbye. So sorry. Went long with that guy. But I love that guy. Anna is a fan bitch. She's a fan bitch.
I am blown away. I did not expect that. I did not expect that.
Great. It is a Twitch Tuesday. The after show will be live on Twitch, twitch.tv at the Bubba Army. And Lummy, today we're going to start the Hall of Fame conversation.
Oh, nice.
Hall of Fame possibilities. We're not going to make it official until, but just start throwing some names out there, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
Twitch.tv at the Bubba Army. We will see you guys tomorrow. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.